Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Excuse me. That was an unexpected good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Did y'all have a good weekend? I tell you what. Oh, Lord have mercy, child. It's a morning. It's a morning. Let's start this again. Good morning, everybody. I'm Ada K. Thank you so much for coming. My fairies are here. We've got some stuff going down in the background. Oh, Lord have mercy. I see snow so hard, I thought I blew my eyeballs out. We have an interesting day today. Oh, I do, honey boo? Let's see. Oh, I forgot. First and 10. June and Angela, of course, because the court changed. Welcome, everybody. Honey, welcome in. Good morning, Miss Honey. Oh, thank you. Y'all hold on a sec. I have a capuchin monkey who's being extremely witchy and demanding this morning. And I don't want y'all to hear her ruckus, so I shut my door. Getting myself all cozy. I got the heated pad on my seat. I got my blanket. It feels like a fall morning to me. The actual are you kidding me? The weather is getting cooler here. It's in the mid 50s. Yay. And it's fabulous. Yesterday I went out and we got it all up and running. Cleaned off my front porch because I will be doing some stuff from there. I love to cook on my griddle. You know, those big griddles. I got a big one. And in the summer, I don't do much on it. It's just too hot. But in the winter time, I love to get out there because sit on my porch, the heat of the griddle, have my coffee. Yeah, it's fun. You love my hair? Well, that's kudos and thanks to my daughter. Maybe I should make it a little softer. My daughter, she cut my hair for me. And she did a fabulous job. Fabulous job, baby girl. Thank you for cutting my hair this. She did a TikTok hair cutting trick, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna trust you, but I don't know if I trust the process." Trust the process. This one worked. This particular one worked, so that was good. But I enjoyed my time with her. We got some pet pics. Okay, y'all, I've got to tell you in Discord. If you go to the gift, GIF, gifts, I am having a gift fall contest. The winner will get a 25 additional entries into the end of the month giveaway. What I want you to do is go into the GIFs folder, find your favorite fall gift. It could be funny, it could be serious, it could be tacky, it could be rude, it could be beautiful, it could be sweet. Put your favorite gift in that folder for fall this week. And at the end of the week, we're going to have votes, and we'll have a drawing. And then we also have pet pics. Put your pet pics in. And then we also have AI memes. We will do a meme competition next week. Sorry, mods, I just told you. And then Miss Fabulous June has created a bingo card for today. And she's so sweet to do all this work. She really is. Y'all, she's been the best mod I've ever had. And I don't say that flippantly. She really is. Here is the bingo card for today. Go ahead and mark off that free space. We have 911 call. We have evidence. We have hammer. We have sustained and overruled. The retone or entone, I don't know what that is. Arrests and detect. My brain ain't functioning yet. May I approach? Yes, no. Warrants. Maintenance man. Melissa Perez as apartments, candles, patio correct and accurate or correct or accurate. Pass the witness. Photographs. Window. Mule kick. Objection, San Antonio PD, SAPD, Fire Department, Body Cam, Deadly Force, and Windows screen. So, y'all be sure to play, because at the end of trial, I do a giveaway at the end of trial. I am going to be ordering the giveaways for this month, last month, on the 21st. So please, I'm waiting because some people haven't gotten their decisions in yet. So make sure that you winners, you need to contact me and let me know in writing in Discord what you selected from the merch shop, and then in what size and color, because everything does go in sizes and color as well. All right, guys, we are watching and waiting for the SAPD trial to go live. They should have been live already. So I'm going to go ahead and pop us into the Ellis trial while we are waiting for the other trial to go live. The Ellis trial is not live, but they are replaying some of the things that happened Friday. And then tomorrow we should have closing arguments and verdict watch. So let's just watch some of this until our court hops in. How about them apples, y'all? Let's go.
Was this stabbing like a way to express your rage? Were you frustrated? But I'm still left trying to kind of make sense of this. Is there anything else you can do to explain this?
By the way, I have closed captioning now turned on for my live streams. I have to do it each time I set a stream. So if you can't hear, there's no closed captioning here. Click the CC in our live stream and you should have closed captioning.
So, for your lawyer defender to plea of insanity, what do you think about that? Is that something that you see as a positive or a negative outcome? Do you know if you're convicted of this kind of statute?
That's the
All right.
All right, Dr. Nossinger.
Why don't we take a minute? You want to stand up and stretch your legs, anybody? Readjust. Get you back into here, please. Sure.
Now, Dr. Nossinger, suffice it to say that we just saw, give or take, 20 minutes of that interview. But in fact, that's a 3-hour-long interview that you conduct with Miss Ellis. Is that fair?
Correct. And again, the last hour and a quarter was over the offense, and so this is just the final part of discussing the offense.
Okay. And, sir, with regards to, I believe you mentioned hindsight, and then Dr. West actually mentioned hindsight bias. What does that mean?
Hindsight bias is someone knows the outcome of an event and then form opinions about people's conduct that took place before the event.
Okay.
And it's something we're trying to avoid because you have to place yourself in the person's shoes, what they knew at the time, not having knowledge of the bad outcome, the bad event later.
Okay. And with regards to rational or irrational connections, with regards to your interview with Miss Ellis on June 12th of 2025, was she able to relate to you where she was in her mindset with regard to the incident?
She was ultimately, yes. We had a good hour of her basically not wanting to talk about it, saying, I blanked out, I lost control. And to me, that it just doesn't explain the situation. And so I persisted through the course of that hour and pushed back and said, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. This is not a symptom of schizophrenia to blank out or to lose control. And we finally have there at the conclusion then her, I think, finally saying what really happened, which was that her rage took over. She was angry about about her situation, and that was the motive for the offense.
And that's corroborated with the other information that you have in this case.
It's heavily corroborated by, first of all the absence of objective signs of mental illness during the offense, all the video, how she interacted with the police, the witness statements, and the fact, again, that she does look to appear to be angry, and by the offense itself, three stabbings.
3 stab wounds.
Yeah, this is really, really bad, what happened to little Julian Wood. What are you convinced of at this point in time after hearing from both sides? So they're agreeing on the diagnosis, but disagreeing on whether she suffered from that disease or defect in her mind that would cause her to not know the difference between what's right and what's wrong. Share with us your thoughts on social media. I've seen some of them coming in this morning. I appreciate all the insights from all of you members of our Cordy family. Let's bring in Sonny Slaughter and attorney Marlo Greer. Great to have you both on the show this morning. Sonny, start us off, please. Your thoughts at this point as we're getting more information from Bianca Ellis.
You know, once again, I want to say how horrific this is for little Julian and his family. They will never be the same. He is gone forever, and I really hate this. But unfortunately, This is a woman that does have a disease and diagnosis. I'm sure she has had this for a very long time. And what I believe is that she knew right from wrong at the time of the incident. I believe that she was angry. I think that the jury is going to see that. And they're going to understand that, even though it's complicated. And we all know someone with a history of disease and diagnosis around mental health. We all know someone, even if they're in our families, or we know someone that knows someone. So this is not foreign to us, but this crime is horrific and heinous.
Right. It sure is, Sunny. I've seen several courties agreeing with your analysis on this one, sharing their comments. And we really have to dive deep into this one, don't we? Marlo, when we think about the inquiries here, you know, it's not as simple as just she was unwell. Well, yeah, I think anybody could take a look at her and see her swinging the knife and the giant eagle and know she was unwell. But the question, as we were discussing earlier, really has to unpack so many layers of her mental health and what she believed and perceived at the time, doesn't it?
It does. And was she unwell at the time? And is that when she actually committed the stabbing? Is it when she walked up? You asked everybody's thoughts, you know, what's going on in your mind, and I just kind of want to weigh in on that, which is my thought is this doctor is such a seasoned expert witness. I don't know that the jury will see this, but the one thing that stood out to me was the fact that when the video came on, he said, "Oh, do you want me to introduce it first or just play it?" And as lawyers, we know that what we have to do is something that's super boring called lay a foundation. He already knew that. And the other thing that I'm struck by is that he's saying a couple things that a quick Google search would reveal aren't accurate. And while the jury is not supposed to Google, the question is, what is the defense going to come back and say? He indicated rage is not a symptom of schizophrenia. Aggression is a symptom of schizophrenia. And that's, you know, again, a quick Google search. The blanking out, which is also a symptom of schizophrenia, but he said that it wasn't. And so is he going to go too far and therefore give the defense something to pick at? And the other thing that struck me, if I may, is that one part of her brain is saying this is wrong, and the other part is saying, do this. What do you do with that as a juror?
Courtney, love, I know you may not be listening, but I'm going to say this anyway. I'm sorry, boo. She'll get through it.
These jurors are going to have a lot to think about here. This is tricky. I see why this went to trial. I really do. I know that Bianca Ellis has excellent counsel. I know that. Her counsel is very, very, very seasoned. They've done a great job for her. So I got to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if this jury goes either way. There's more from the doctor on the stand called by the state of Ohio. So we're going to watch that. Marlo and Sunny, thank you so much. We'll be right back with more Court TV Live. And here's a look at the victims as we head to break. That is Marlo.
Okay, we're going to pause this here because now we are getting into court. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We're getting into court. I have sound on. We don't have sound yet. I'm going to put me. Where am I going to put me? I think I'm going to put me. Yeah. Why is this doing this? Why are you getting so small? Wait a minute, guys. My monitoring system is wigging out. Why are you getting so small? There we go. My window for what I view everything, my monitoring window went. I'm like, what? Don't wig out on me. Don't need it today. So those of you who don't know, up in that corner, That one over there is the QR code for our Discord. Yes, go to our Discord. Join Discord. We have some fun things going on over there, as always. Yeah, we had to go to school no matter what. Hardly any days off. Now kids get full breaks for a week, spring break for a week, Thanksgiving for a week, Christmas 3 weeks, and then they get a bunch of off days in between. I'm like, y'all, this just doesn't make sense. We are also going to be watching for the Daisy Link trial. It has not started yet. I cannot, June, will you keep an eye out for day 4? I can't find a day 4. They may be dark because of the holiday. They may be dark because of the holiday. So we'll see. So, yes, I saw that. Thank you so much, June. Closing arguments are expected tomorrow in the Ellis. We will watch those live, and then we'll come into this court, and then we will be on verdict watch for Ellis at the same time. So, yes, we are ready for it. Such a sad thing. So sad, so sad, so sad. I was thinking about trying to go to this trial, but I looked at what it would cost me to go to this trial. It'll cost me nearly $100. I live an hour away from San Antonio, but between the gas, the parking, the food for lunch, and while I'm there, and all of that, the parking is outrageous. So I'm like, I'm not going to spend $100 right now. So, booey. I'm sure there'll be another San Antonio trial. I do want to go to the Simpson trial. I don't know when he's going to hit. But I do want to try to go at least one day to the Simpson trial. Y'all, I have to tell you, woke up this morning, pain levels of 4. Oh my God. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That is amazing. Amazing. That is awesome. I'm so glad for you, honey. And y'all were up early. I need to explain what happened. My poor mods. The San Antonio trial time that we saw started at 8 o'clock my time. I'm on the same time zone to San Antonio. So I set my live up to go at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I went to bed. I got up in the middle of the night between 2 and 3. My shoulder's really hurting, y'all. I'm afraid I may have to have another rotator cuff surgery, number 4. At this point, I'm so experienced, I can tell. Anyway, went to the comfort break, and I came in here, can't remember why, but I looked. I have everything preset, and I noticed that it said, 10 o'clock. I was like, huh? They changed their time to 10 a.m. Bummer, y'all. Bummer, bummer, bummer. So unfortunately, oh, thank you. I don't know who's giving me the smiles. Y'all look on here in the comments. We have a heart, the smiley face, the celebration horn, the and the 100%. Y'all interact with those. Use those if you agree, disagree, like what was going on. Those interactions really help, okay? That's important that we have those interactions. So anyway, my mods were up at 8 a.m. ready to go in chat. They were in chat at 8:07 a.m. going, where's everybody? So I apologize, mods, but, also something new in our Discord. We have international crime section. If you have an international crime that you were interested in us following, and we can follow it depending on where it is, please leave a comment in your trial suggestions, or let us know. Get a hold of us that there is an international crime that is interesting and you want to watch, and we'll look into it, because I'm going to start doing international crime night. We mods, that was what we forgot to figure out. We forgot to decide which day of the week we're going to do the international crime. So Angela and June, you're my head mods. Please, in our private comment, let me know which night you cannot. I was looking at Wednesday, but I don't know. But I'm going to be doing once a week. I will go and do either a recording or a live on international crime. What's happening internationally? What crime is going on that we might want to look at? So that is something that's new. Also, yes, much to the pleasure of my head mod, June, I have started doing shorts, and I've started doing some more posts. So go look at our shorts, not shorts that I wear, but short videos in our YouTube channel, and give them love, guys, because that helps. I seriously thought I was losing it, because last night I thought it did 8 a.m. and then signed in, it said 10. Seriously? Thought I did take too many meds. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, you did. That's all on you, boo. I'm gonna blame your meds. Yeah, that's what happened. Ignore what I just said. Yeah, ignore what I just said. That had nothing. Yep, that's what it was. That's what it was. You took too many meds, love. Oh, in my other social media, I am streaming in 3 different social medias right now. One of them commented on my hair and said, I need to live with my hair like this. I appreciate that, but let me tell you, it's hot. It's hot. Not like hot. It's physically hot. Hey, Swan said she saw 10. Yeah, but when did you see 10? Because it wasn't 10 until later. Yeah. We are waiting for them to start trial. Please don't forget to go and download the bingo card. A bingo card is pinned at the top of your comments. Oh, having a hot flash. Now that it's winter, I love to wear turtlenecks and long sleeves. I am going to be looking to buy a bunch of black turtlenecks and long sleeves because I need to start interpreting more. And one of the reasons why I don't is because I'm in color. So you guys are going to see me in the fall. I'm in a lot more darker colors and turtlenecks. I love them. Love, love, love turtlenecks. I would love to get about 20 of them. And part of the reason is my native jewelry looks beautiful against the black backdrop too. Your excuse, June? You're just getting old and senile. Did I say that? I'm sorry. Ada, you said winter. It ain't winter. We in Texas, hon. Well, when I say winter, I mean, theoretically. Probably because it's 9:30. So just a little history about me. I grew up in a family that was very religious, and we were very modest. And so I'm used to wearing a lot of long sleeves and high necklines. And then since my skin is that Irish skin, I'm Native American Irish, Native American, right? And my skin, y'all, is horrible. I look at the sun and I get skin cancer. I got skin cancer a couple of years ago so bad that they had to cut. I have a scar like this and a scar like that on my back and had to go through chemo. So I always, even in summer, have longer sleeves on. I'm almost like a vampire. In fact, my doctor told me to get a parasol or an umbrella that I truly love. And if I'm outside a lot, like if I'm out at a market days or I'm outside on a vacation and walking around a lot, I need to put a parasol or an umbrella or something over me so I don't get sun exposure to the point to where more cancer shows up. I know. It's lovely, y'all. Good morning, Miss Amy. Good morning. We are ready for court to begin. We are waiting for the judge or the jury. They've been live for 30 minutes, but something's delayed. I will say I do like this courtroom. I love having the TV up there behind the judge like that. That's kind of cool. Anyway, I really am an advocate for everybody. I put sunscreen on every day. Sitting here, the sun coming in. Always put sunscreen on my face. I'll do that, not wear makeup at all. So, I'm really looking forward to that. I am just absolutely thrilled to that the fact that I'm alive, because melanoma is one of the #1 causes of death in cancer, and I've survived multiple bouts of it. So glad to be here, y'all. Some of you have asked about Jennifer. Jennifer's really struggling. She's sleeping a lot. She's really just overall doesn't feel good. Just giving her a little bit of space, letting her just rest as much as possible. Sometimes that's the best things we can do for people who are sick. But I love my dear friend. I love you, and we are praying for you. But it's not good. And but we have faith, and y'all, that felt real good. So let's do this. We are going to go back over to the Ellis trial until they start up.
Kind of like forensics with Mr. Rogers' cases and not forensics with Mr. Stevers' case.
Yes.
Did you find forensics more so irrelevant for Mr. Stevers?
Yes and no. So in the strictest legal sense, it was irrelevant what actually happened in the house. If we look at 401 and 403, being that it was my opinion, and judge disagreed with me, that the prejudicial value of most of the forensic evidence outweighed the probative value. I mean, this was horrific, this was gory, and our case really just depended on, whether there was a conspiracy and whether a series of phone calls had happened. We didn't need the records of how the tow truck towed the car from wherever the enterprise was down to Florida. That wasn't really relevant. How the jumpsuit ended up at the side of the road, that wasn't really relevant. However, I understand that they were co-defendants. This was all evidence in the same set of charges, and so in that respect, yes. Although, I personally believe that the prejudicial value outweighed the probative value, and therefore, a lot of this evidence I felt really put Mr. Stevers in the position of having the jury judge him more as a person rather than for what he did. And, one of the jury instructions is you should not decide this case if you are angry at anyone or feel sorry for anyone. And I believe a lot of the evidence,
this insurance, and then
The death, then things get, really interesting. And
he,
I don't know who that was. Okay, we're on court break. I'm getting my screen. There we go.
Who was the most pertinent to our side of the case.
Do you recall if you consulted with any other experts?
Yes. I know we consulted with, I believe it was Dr. Underwood. Dr. Underwood met with Mark on a couple occasions, ran a litany of psychological tests. I believe it was MMPI. There were other cases where he was looking for essentially mitigation evidence.
Okay. So that would have been a mitigation.
That would have been a mitigation expert. I don't believe Mr. Underwood ever generated a written report. I'm unsure of that, but I know he was deposed, and the state had an opportunity to kind of get his findings.
Do you recall any experts as it more so relates to guilt phase?
Other than Ms. Lyons, I don't.
Do you recall if you spoke to a crime scene expert?
I do not.
Would the name J.D. Thomas sound familiar?
It does. And again, I may have spoken to Mr. Thomas, but again, I don't recall that conversation with any distinct recollection.
Okay. Moving forward to kind of the pretrial portion, were you aware of the media attention this case garnered?
Yes.
Did you follow the news?
No, it followed me. I would get people, oh, I saw you on the news. Great. Just like I'm sure I'm going to hear about this tonight and tomorrow.
Did you ever consider filing a motion to change venue?
We did.
Was one ultimately filed?
No.
Why not?
Because ultimately I made that decision. And so when you change venue, you don't get a say to where the venue actually lands. So we could have ended up in Collier, Polk County, Hendry, Glades. We didn't really get a choice. And when you don't get a choice, again, you're dealing with the unknown. And had we ended up in, say, Glades County, this would have been everywhere. We could not have gotten a jury in a Glades County. Had we ended up in Collier County, we would have actually ended up with a more conservative demographic. And so we had these conversations.
I know this is not our trial, but I have to say, I'm enjoying the information. I like hearing this because this is information this is my thought and processes that we don't get to hear. So I'm loving to hear, why did you not want to change venue? That helps me in their thought process. So I understand more in depth the perils of jury changing jurisdictions.
And ultimately, I made a strategic decision to not change venue.
Okay. Do you recall if you researched or considered filing any other motions pre-trial?
I filed a bunch of motions. I filed motions in limine. Can you be a little more specific, please?
I'll come back to that question. Hey, one moment here.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all just saw me go, ugh. Just lifting my shoulder, just doing that hurts. Y'all be in prayer for my shoulder. I don't have, they told me if I needed a fourth surgery, I may not have enough tissue to do a fourth surgery. I've had 3 rotator cuff repairs. I think I'm needing a fourth one. That's why you see me lifting my mug this way.
Just want to fast forward to Mr. Curtis Wainwright. What was Mr. Wright's role in this case?
So it is my opinion that Mr. Wright was the only person swinging the hammer, that he was the murderer. And that was based on the some of the crescent-shaped bruises and lacerations on Miss Seaver's skull were all the same size. So he was also the government's star witness, and he got an advantageous plea deal in exchange for his testimony.
And what was...
All right, let's get a break. We'll have more of this hearing. Mark Seaver's trying to get himself off of Florida's death row. Stay with us.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Convicted for the murder of her former son-in-law. How long will the matriarch mastermind spend in prison?
Was it worth it?
The sentencing of Donna Adelson, today at 3 on Court TV.
Donna Adelson wasn't a regular mother.
She's the matriarch mastermind.
She's just being a parent, not a killer.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
All right, let's switch. I need to program this better, y'all. I do. There's... There we go. I'm learning to do the swoopy thing. I'm going to program a button on my thing that plays a video and a sound at the same time. We'll see if it works. We got to figure it out. I like my little kitty swoop-de-doo. We are waiting for trial to begin in the San Antonio police officers. Let me give y'all give me a second. Let me get it up. So the San Antonio police officer trial, which we have up on queue right in here is the trial recap thus far. This trial involves 3 former San Antonio police officers in the controversial 2023 fatal shooting of Melissa Perez. June of 2023, Police San Antonio responded to a report that Mrs. Perez was mental health crisis and was tampering with the fire alarms at the apartments where they lived. In fact, she was actually cutting the wires. I mean, like snip, 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 which caused all the alarms to go off. People evacuated. It was a big to-do. Perez was diagnosed with schizophrenia, claimed to believe that the FBI was monitoring her through the sprinkler system. After the interactions with first responders, she retreated to her apartment and refused to exit. At some point, the officers attempt to entry through a window by removing the screen. Perez had the window open. The screen was on the window. They removed the screen. The officers would reach in and try to unlock the door. Perez had a hammer in her hand at that time, and there were exchanges between her and the officers. She actually tried to hit one of the officers and very slightly missed. The officer says, "We're going to have to shoot you. You're going. He said, "Shoot me." And Perez reportedly went towards the officers wielding the hammer through an open window. 2 officers, Eleazar Eleazar, Alejandro, Alfred, Flores shot and unalived her. The third officer, Nathaniel Villalobos, also fired, but his bullet did not hit Perez. The case marks the first time in San Antonio Police Department history that an officers face murder charges for the deadly shooting. Alejandro and Flores are charged with the Red Room. Villalobos is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon by public servant. If convicted, the Red Room charges carry a potential life sentence up to life, and the aggravated assault up to a maximum of 20 years. A related civil case filed by the Perez family earlier was dismissed in federal court. The judge in that case found the officers' split-second decision to shoot did not amount to the unreasonable use of deadly force under the evidential standards of that said law. Jury selection has already happened. We are in the second full day of trial. Opening statements, prosecutors argued that the officers unlawfully entered Perez's home without a warrant and the use of deadly force absent of legitimate justification. The defense team countered with the officers reasonably believed that Perez posed an immediate threat, especially when she advanced with a hammer, and they were justified in defending themselves. The first witnesses have begun to testify. We are now in day 2. One or two little caveats to this trial. Number one, she, as a gainful employee of a roofing company, was a roofer. She was 5 foot, 150 pounds. Let me tell you, 5 foot odd. I don't know, 5 foot odd, 150 pounds. And let me tell you, that woman knew how to throw and use a hammer. And a hammer is considered a deadly weapon. I had coffee with a friend of mine who's a retired Boston, Mass police officer. And we discussed this case, and she goes, oh, yeah, anybody swings a hammer in my direction, yeah, that's a deadly weapon, especially when they know how to use it. So we talked about it, and she goes, she's lucky that every cop that was standing outside didn't unload on her. And that's true. But the reason why there were not many more, they had 15 police officers outside. And the way everybody was positioned, only those front 3 fired because everybody behind couldn't fire because of the 3 were standing between her and them. It is true. And, oh, let me get my binder. Where did it go? There it is. I've been taking notes. And one of the comments that was said that I absolutely loved and I thought was very, very important in this case was that the officers, let me get to it. Oh, glasses help me see better. They did not really need to get a warrant because of the situation. Number one, the damage that was done was a felony level to the sprinkler system. It was over $8,000 was the level of damage that was done. And let me get to the quote. And what happens with that is the first swing that she took, that's attempted capital Red Room per swing, because it is an aggravated assault of a police officer. And one thing that they kept saying yesterday, and why can I not find it? I wrote it down. Is that the police officers had the right to expect to go home at the end of that day. They had the right to, it's going to be in the opening comments, I think. I thought it was brilliant. The cop had to, all right. In the end, when it comes to rights, the cop had the right to go home that night. The cop had to make the decision to go home to his family and make the decision to make sure that his fellow officers remain safe and were able to go home to their families. So people were talking about her rights. Well, don't forget the police officers have rights too, y'all. And now we're going to go into day 12. Now we're going to go into day 2 and we're ready for court. Mouse work. Love this one. I love that. No, I haven't, but I have both. So I will try that. Thank you. I will try that. Tonight, when we're done live, I'll go mix it. Do you have a recipe as to how much of each to mix? It just, I can move my hand this in this linear, doesn't bother me. Horizontal, oh, anything with weight is like I don't have a lot of grip. This is building the anticipation. Where is my violin?
All right for the jury?
Are we in redirect? Are we in redirect? Cross.
May be seated. Everybody has their correct notepad. Very good.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hope you had a good weekend and a good morning so far. I did get the deputy to speak to us about a concern that one of y'all had. We've already addressed it with the attorney, so all is good. Where we last left off, defense, we were at your cross. You may continue. There was a witness on the stand. Have a seat. Now our audio system is inoperable, so we substituted it with that particular microphone. If we just want to pull that forward to make sure everybody can hear you, it is pretty powerful. Defense, you may continue.
Hudson, how are you doing, sir?
Good, sir. You?
I'm doing okay. All right. I believe you testified. I believe you testified that you're a paramedic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury the difference in training that you receive between an EMT and a paramedic?
EMT basic is mainly just basic life support, giving oxygen, performing CPR, taking base vital signs like blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation. They do have some newer skills that they're allowed to do now that we weren't as basics. I can't think of those right now, but as a paramedic, we get into reading 12 lead EKGs. We could do thoracotomies where we cut open if we have trapped air in their lungs. We could do cricothyrotomies, we could administer drugs. We have advanced cardiac life support.
Do you have technology that you are taught to use that can take more complicated vital signs? Like a Zoll monitor?
Yes, sir. That's where we take all those that I just
explain
listed.
what that is.
This is basically, it's an all-in-one monitor. It will take a blood pressure, pulse, oxygen saturation, It'll read their heart rhythm and check for if they need a shock or not. It'll defibrillate. It can pace the heart. If it's beating too slow, it'll pace it at a correct speed.
Do you agree you have to have a license or certification from the state of Texas?
Yes.
All right. And you have to maintain that certification by doing continuing medical education, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that you also have to work with doctors who were assigned to or work closely with the fire department, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when did you first obtain your certification?
In 2009?
All right. Have you maintained that certification since then?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the Texas Board of Health or the Health Department works with you, medical board, in your certification?
Yes. Okay.
All right, and they require that part of the curricula include mental health, correct?
I'm not sure.
All right. And you have been on police calls where an emergency detention has been done, correct?
Correct.
And as part of emergency detention, sometimes you're asked to check vital signs because there may be questions about whether someone's behavior is induced by a medical condition or drugs or a mental health problem, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you done that?
Countless.
Countless?
Over 100. Yeah.
Over 100. So you have a lot of experience in dealing with people who have suffered some form of mental decompensation, correct?
Correct.
And tell us what mental decompensation is.
When they're just not acting like a normal person would be, I guess.
All right.
What you would expect from how a normal person to act, right?
All right. And you can recognize that, right?
Most of the times, yeah.
All right. And would you agree with me that you would not trust one of your loved ones who is unable to care for himself, such as a child or an infant, or perhaps an elderly grandparent that's an invalid, or maybe a parent that's an invalid, be under the care of someone who's suffering mental decompensation? You wouldn't do that, would you? It's relevant because, and if you want us to approach, we can approach.
Overruled.
I must have missed part of the question, but under the care of who?
Could the court reporter read that back? Because I don't want to mislead you in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yes. Question, all right. And would you agree with me that you would not trust one of your loved ones who is unable to care for himself, such as a child or infant, or perhaps an elderly grandparent that's an invalid, or maybe a parent that's an invalid, be under the care of someone who is suffering mental decompensation? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Oh, under the care of somebody suffering mental decomposition? No.
All right. And you have received training in emergency detentions, correct?
No, sir.
Have you been taught by your medical staff that when emergency detention is done, that you err on the side of assuming danger?
Like I said,
I'm going to object to outside his knowledge. He just said that he didn't receive that training.
If it's outside of his knowledge, you can testify to that. Overruled.
oh, yeah. Like I said, the fire department doesn't deal with emergency detentions. There have been people in the past that I thought for sure were going to be ED'd that weren't. There's been people in the past that I didn't think need to be, but they were. So we're not trained on the police's criteria for emergency detention.
Was it clear to you that Melissa Perez, given the fact that she was saying that she was the daughter of Elvis, that she was a member of the cartel, that she had a baby that was taken away from her, that she was paranoid, that the FBI was following her, and on and on and on, that she was suffering some kind of mental decompensation? Was it clear to you?
Yes.
All right. And that's why you recorded her, correct?
Well, the intention of the recording was just to get her to admit cutting the wires, but during while I was talking to her and during part of the recording, yeah, she started to show signs of that.
Can we play your recording which you took of her?
Why were you cutting the wires again? You were trying to fix it, or?
No. All right, so you recognize that you're by a retaining wall of brick right there.
Okay.
You agree?
Yes, sir.
And the curb line to the parking lot is at the bottom of the screen, correct?
Correct.
And there's bushes here?
Yes, sir.
All right, and if we play this further, we'll show that you were...
Yeah.
It's like I've already gone around the complex and investigated, and then you see a whole bunch of wires coming through it, the building and the plugs.
Right.
And then I found 14 batteries that were not connected.
Oh.
So what the...
Okay, when she said there were 14 batteries that were connected, you understand that there are large backup batteries for a fire alarm system, correct?
Yeah, about like this, but
All right.
she said not connected, right?
Right. And you would agree with me that if Kenji Uno, after this incident, found 13 batteries in her residence, that would be consistent with this statement, correct?
Correct, yeah.
All right.
I just noticed she pointed that time towards her apartment.
All right. And right here is a window, and here are some utility meters, correct?
Right.
All right, let's continue to play.
What I do is I'm going to connect all the wirings to the mishap to the rest.
So what'd you do with the wires that you cut? Did you take some?
I didn't take none. Those
You
are
just
wires.
cut them, you just
No,
cut them
those
in
are
half?
wires from last time when I was
So you
investigating.
just cut these in half?
I just cut them out, but I'm gonna tell you something. I went into my complex when it's more quiet.
Oh, because you cut the wires?
Yeah, because I've been.
All right. Now, would you agree with me at some point in time, Officer Ramos drove up directly behind where you were standing?
If that was his name, yeah. I remember one officer did pull up.
All right. And when I say pull up, he was 9 yards behind you, correct? Approximately.
I mean, if you say so, yeah.
All right. So can we show Google Earth photo?
I really find it funny and interesting that you have a paramedic who is dealing with this person and police officers start arriving, which is okay. He knows that. But the problem is you got an attorney who was asking him about people standing behind him. Dude, you don't have eyes in the back of your head. You don't know how far the police are behind you. Now, if they're in your peripheral in front of you, then that's a logical question. I just am finding it funny how some of these questions that these attorneys are asking, I'm like, have you really thought these questions through? Oh, Officer so-and-so came up behind you and he was standing about 4 feet behind you. And did you know that? And he's like, It's like, I want to go to the attorney and go, sir, you've got 30 people standing behind you. Do you know that there's a person standing in a red jacket with a green skirt with a pink flower in their hair about ready to whop you with a hammer? No, you don't know because you can't see behind you. I just find the questioning just absolutely hysterically. It's just mind blowing. Think about your questions. Think.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to you showing something to the jury that isn't in evidence.
All right, I'll sustain.
Like, dude, these questions don't really make sense. Ask me what I did, who I talked to. Don't ask me who's standing behind me and what's going on around me. Tell me whatever's in front of me is what you need to ask me about.
Want to authenticate it?
Yes. Officer, would you agree that this is consistent with an aerial photo that accurately depicts.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I haven't finished my question.
Your Honor, it's on the screen. I'm showing it to the jury.
I'll sustain.
Okay, guys, by the way, these attorneys have already been screaming at each other. Yes. And for those of you who are just joining, thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada Kay. We are watching a trial of 3 San Antonio police officers, which you can see their pictures over there, who were on trial. 2 of them for redrum and the other for aggravated excessive force. They shot a woman who was coming at them with a hammer, and the woman who was coming at them with a hammer was a roofer, so she knew darn well how to use that hammer. And they tried multiple times to get her to put it down. They told her if she came at them again, they would shoot. She said, shoot me. So we are in day 2. So this is where we are. This is a paramedic who was on scene, who talked to the victim. So that's where we are in the testimony. But I just find that these attorneys, it's like you want to just hear your own voice. Either ask pertinent questions or shut up, because we have 3 people at the same time being tried, not separately, but all at the same time. They each get an independent verdict, but they're all 3 in the courtroom at the same time. So every witness has the person who the state is going to question them, and then 3 witnesses, 3 other attorneys, 1 for each witness, defendant. So I keep saying witnesses. We have defendants. 1 for each of the defendants, and then they get the rebuttal. So this is going to be a long trial. I just feel bad for this guy. He's like, dude, ask me what you need to ask me. Don't ask me questions I can't answer.
Objection.
All right, can we approach the witness?
Yes, you can approach.
All right. Approach.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been displayed on our computer screen, and I'm representing to you that is a 3D aerial display from Google Earth of Building 3. Does that look familiar?
It looks right, yeah.
And does that accurately and depict the Rosemont apartment, Building 3, where you responded to?
It looks.
Okay, you can approach.
Okay, so now the other attorneys want to come up. Oh, we are having a sidebar. Okay, guys, we have a sidebar. That means we're going to have 15 people up at the sidebar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 7 plus a judge. Yeah, this is a problem we have when we have multiple defendants being tried at the same time. And it was a good question from Facebook. Thank you so much for the question. Why are they trying 3 people at the same time? Why would they not try them independently? They could try them independently, but the problem is when you try them independently, it's very costly and expensive. So for some reason, the San Antonio DA has chosen to try them all at the same time. We have 1 jury for 3 people. Now, sometimes you could have a jury per defendant. We just had a case where we had 2 defendants and 2 juries all at the same time. Little cray-cray. Got a little bit testy there. But we really save a lot of money. The county and the taxpayers save a lot of money when they try everybody at the same time. Everybody gets a bite of the apple at the same time. And it also is better for the victims as well and their families, because they don't have to come back multiple time and time again to testify to the trial and that. It's
All right, so, whoops. The bushes And the brick wall would have been approximately right here. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the sprinkler closet that we're going to talk about later would have been about right here, correct?
Correct.
And engine 36 was parked about right here, correct?
I mean, that's probably right. Yeah.
All right. And the first officer that arrived was parked about right there, correct?
Right.
And the second officer that showed up parked right here, about 9 yards away from you, correct?
I don't remember the second one pulling up.
All right. Well, let's show the front Coban of.
Judge, Your Honor, like the defense is going to play the front program, we object. There's no authentication. The evidence hasn't been admitted yet. I think it's improper to show the jury it hasn't been admitted.
Well, I believe they admitted that they agreed to admit all the videos from the Coban and body cameras.
And Your Honor, the state would also object to the defense playing it off as if there needs to be some visible, tangible way that the evidence can go back to the jury.
All right, can you guys approach real quick on that?
June, in my humble opinion, my dear, in my humble opinion. Another sidebar? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No.
Sidebar.
Now, let's see if I get in trouble for playing that music. June, you got busted at your own rule. June got busted at her own rule. It's not calling names or being rude when you say, in my humble opinion, I'm a hoe. Oh, I love eggnog. You're right, Angela. I love the eggnog. Another question is, why so many sidebars? You know what? This trial does not have as many sidebars as a lot of other trials we have seen. Hello, it's Bridge. Thank you for hopping in and liking.
I had the perception this is going to be taken care of over the weekend. Right?
Judge, I mean, we didn't even waive hearsay objections to try to get this quicker because we want the jury to hear everything. I mean, it's not, I mean, as officers of the court, we're representing that this is just information they gave us. We're not, I mean, and if it wasn't to be, then they would call us out, you would sanction us, and we'd look like idiots. We're not doing that. Either he recognizes or he doesn't, Judge. This is going to take another extra month. We've already told the jury 1 month. It's going to be 2 months if we have to do this exercise every time we want to show something that we've waived certain objections on so we can expedite this and the jury can see.
Why would we want to use a fake Coban or a Coban from a different case or a body worn camera from a different
So let me represent what it's going to depict. What it's going to depict is that Officer Rojas' body worn camera, because they lost Ramos or cut Ramos' body camera when he drove into the complex. But Rojas' body camera, the first officer, captures Ramos at 48 minutes and 2 seconds driving around the fire engine and heading straight towards where they were standing.
You're going to show, what you want to show is a Coban video that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the issue with that?
Your Honor, the thing is, that in the world that we work, things have to be authenticated, and a witness who's on the stand has to be able to look at the exhibit and be the one to properly authenticate and say, this is what they say it is. Not they say what it is, and so that's good enough.
Okay, so,
right?
so whose Coban video are we trying to...
This is Rojas, and they in their pretrial
That's Rojas.
showed Rojas videos to this witness. So they gave us a disclosure note saying that they refreshed his memory by showing Rojas video.
What we showed him was what we had, his body cam. We didn't show him any Coban. And then the thing is what with every witness now you get to show every other witness's body worn camera, even though they've never seen it. If they've never seen it, they can't. It's beyond the rules of evidence. Authentication is a rule of evidence, Your Honor. It's not a we say it's this. Witness, what do you think about this?
And we offered everything under the rule of optional completeness, and the Coban's part of the optional completeness because it's part of the same video system.
Okay, so has this witness been able to authenticate that particular body cam? Did y'all make that effort to do that? I don't even think we crossed that bridge yet. That's what I'm saying. We haven't even gotten there.
Judge, this is going to take a long time. Can we just talk about entering all? Can they agree? We stipulated to it. Can we just enter all the body cams and then now it's in
and the Cobans
and Coban? It's your evidence.
Okay, Your Honor, we're in a state's case. Okay, if we're in the defense case and they want us to do that, they can put theirs in. Excuse me.
One at a time.
They can put it in whatever order they want. We have the state's case. We have an order of proceeding where we have witnesses come in and authenticate their own body-worn cameras. That they can say this exhibit contains what I've seen beforehand, and this is what it is. Okay.
Judge, we all know the rules of evidence.
Well, they're not. Apparently, they keep asking you to waive the rules of evidence.
We have no idea.
He's never seen it. Never seen it.
Judge, but here's, I guess, we all know the rules of evidence, but here's the issue, is that requirement, that authentication requirement, was met with their first witness, who was the custodian of records and authenticated everything.
Okay, that was my understanding.
That's the first thing. The second thing is the only thing that would just be obstructionist by the state, because that rule is in place so that people don't put in stuff that we don't know about. We all agree. We all know about it. We all understand what it is. The only reason that would be necessary is if they're saying that we would put something in that's not, and we're just all representing as officers of the court that we all know what the evidence is. And so we would like to place certain exhibits that have been authenticated previously through their custodian with other witnesses, which we can. Otherwise, we just have to recall every one of their witnesses in our case in chief and then try the case all over again to show them the stuff that's been admitted.
Okay, so it was yeah, I'll let you speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And I'm just going to, it's the same argument I made at the end of last week.
I'm going to say this. I feel really bad for this judge. It is intimidating to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attorneys. 9 attorneys. That's 2 per defendant. Up at the bar, if I was a judge, I would say, hold up. 1 attorney per defendant. Not everybody. It's too much. Too much. But this is stuff that should have been hammered out in pretrial. This is ridiculous.
That Mr. Goss is making now, and I went and did some research on it, in 117 Southwest 3rd, 795. It says the state is actually stopped from making an authenticity argument when the defense produces an exhibit that the state produced in discovery.
Right, so the issue we had then is we didn't know that was the exact same evidence, right? I mean, we didn't know exactly what was on that little blue thing that you were holding. That was the issue that I had in my mind. Right. So where we're at now, as far as I'm concerned, there was an agreement that these things have been authenticated, right? Mm-hmm. There was that agreement. These things were authenticated. Now the question for me is, does this pass 404? And we haven't gotten there in my mind. So if it passes 404, then we're going to talk about it. We're going to let the jury see that. So in my mind, we had agreed that y'all had an agreement that this was going to be authenticated. Is that correct? Am I off on that?
No.
The agreement was we would get together.
Yes.
They would produce something tangible to bring to the jury, right?
Yes.
They can't. They're offering the laptop. They would offer something tangible to the jury that we could review, and if we looked at it and decided this is what we gave you, we will agree.
But that seems to be what that particular thumb drive is.
But the ruling, not, let's forget about the agreement. The ruling on Friday was that everything that I said I wanted to offer under the rule of optional completeness was admissible, and that the custodian would and could authenticate.
That's the agreement that we are referencing.
Judge,
Yeah, right.
if they're so concerned about it, why don't they enter what they believe to be an authentic copy of the body-worn cameras and the Coban? Just let them mark states 1, 2, 10, 20, whatever. Put them in. Then we don't have to go through this. The defense is doing this because they keep saying they want the jury to see everything, and then they keep trying to keep everything out.
All right, so it doesn't matter to me how it's produced, all right? This stuff, the defense is trying to get this in. I'm going to let this stuff in. It's got to be produced. It's stuff that John agreed to. Let's get this figured out right now. Right? That's a deal, right? Let's just get it figured out right now.
Agreed.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Judge, just off of this, we have got a note that they're streaming these arguments as well while the jury's out. Is that what the court desired and wished?
Well, the jury's not here. So what I told them is if the jury was present and y'all approach, that's one thing.
Okay.
So
got it.
That's where we're at. All right. Let's figure it out.
Oh, this ain't good. The judge is like, I'm over this. Y'all figure it out. This is on you, boo. So luckily we have a little bit of Zoom room. They took a break. The judge is coming back. They're bringing in the jury. Ooh, this is interesting, y'all. This is quite interesting. This is one thing I will tell you. I love and hate at the same time multiple defendants in the same case. It really throws a monkey wrench in the process, and it really it really complicates things. But it's also more entertaining to watch because we really have to see the attorneys work together, but separate. And they have to figure out these logistical things. And in my mind, I love this. It's like, how do we figure this out? How do we do this? It's the workings of the court that I love to watch. So we can zoom a little bit. Let me get us, okay, now we are live. While we're waiting for them, we're going to go back over real quick over to this court. For those of you who don't know, we have multiple cases.
In the day of the cart there, and you see Ellis. After they pass by, Ellis just turns and is focused in on them. She would follow them out and stabbed them both, including a fatal wound given to little Julian. Court is dark today because of Columbus.
FYI, the Ellis case. For those of you who don't know, the woman down here is she's got schizophrenia, and she stole a knife from a thrift store, Goodwill type store, and walked into the grocery store with it, as you can see in that video clip we saw a minute ago, and she's just walking around with it. Nobody says anything. And she sees a mother and an infant. She turns around, follows them outside of the store, and stabs the infant in the face and in the back by the lung, near the back armpit area. And then she stabs the mother in the shoulder. The mother lived, the baby died. 3-year-old passed away. And this is, they're not, the defense is saying, yes, she did it, but we're fighting for not guilty by reason of insanity. They did have an incompetent to withstand trial for a short time. Then they put her in a state facility. They medicated her, and now she's competent to withstand trial as long as she stays medicated. Hence why she's probably the zombie look that you're getting, because she's heavily medicated, so she could be there in trial. So that is where we are in the Ellis trial. They will be, the court judge has ordered no live viewing. They can record it, and then here's some stuff today. They can record it and then show it later, but no live feed. They will allow hence why we're seeing Fridays today. But Tomorrow will be closing arguments. That will be a live feed. And then also the verdict will be a live feed for that. We will be bouncing that. Also, we do have the Donna Adelson at 2:00 our time, Central Time. Donna Adelson sentencing will be happening today. We're going to see what Granny Gotti or Drama Llama is going to do today in court, what her reactions will be. Will she be reacting as she did when she got sentenced? Yeah, Drama Llama, ding dong. Yeah, she will see if that almost looks like her, doesn't it? Jude is having fun. Okay, Jude. Thank you, Jude. I love it. Perfect timing. Yeah, she's one of those. It's like she's one of those. Actually, this is what I wanted to do to her. Taser. I have a taser button. Yes, I have a taser button. All right, back in
this, but we're expecting closing arguments to begin tomorrow. Before we discuss, here is Court TV anchor Julie Grant with the latest on this case against Bianca Ellis.
I'm at North Homestead, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There is a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Homestead, Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bianca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed their child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bianca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bianca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment? I don't know. You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson joins us live with the latest in this trial. And, you know, they're dark today. We have that imposed delay of showing testimony, so we're actually going to catch some of that later this hour. But fill us in.
Yeah, you know, this is probably the most critical part of the trial for this jury. The jury hearing what could be the most important testimony of the entire case, because tomorrow, being day 6, we are right in the center of the battle of the experts. And that's what this comes down to, right? So far, the Ohio jury has heard from 2 forensic psychiatrists. Actually,
I don't hear court. Okay, they're still not.
3 who evaluated the defendant, including Dr. Sarah West for the defense and Dr. Stephen Knopfsinger for the state. Let's listen to both.
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty, however, that the defendant
did not have a severe mental disease or defect at the time of the June 3rd, 2024 offense that caused her to not know the wrongfulness of the offenses. So despite having schizophrenia, it did not cause her to not know the wrongfulness of the offenses.
After that, can you identify what your opinion is?
So ultimately, to summarize, it's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Ellis suffers from a severe mental disease, namely schizophrenia, and was experiencing symptoms at that time related to this illness that caused her to not know what she was doing was wrong.
And really, it comes down to that, right? Because Ellis is claiming not guilty by reason of insanity. The jury is going to have to decide who they believe of these experts as we're in this battle of the experts, and if she understood the wrongfulness of her actions as she was committing this unthinkable crime. That's what they're really deciding, because the defense has admitted, you know, that she did it. Yeah, there's no argument there.
Yeah, and the video tells it. The jury, no, it's funny. You're right. It absolutely comes down to this battle of the experts. And in cases, we have versions of this, but in this case, it truly is. These experts, that's what the jury has to hone in on.
And so this would be a really good day for our courties to look back at some of the other testimony that we have online and with my updates throughout the day as we prepare for day 6, which is tomorrow, because, you know, you have all of these lay witnesses, all of these first responders, and they go through the graphic nature of the crime, but then, you know, the state saved their expert as the rebuttal witness to the defense 2 experts. And that's what we're in right now.
Yep. And then next.
Okay, I want to talk about that for a quick second, because some people are not fully understanding what all that means. So what's happening is we in the Ellis trial, it's a duel of the experts, as I called it. It's a tango. We got a tango, an expert tango going on. The state is not going to put on all of their expert witnesses first. They're going to put them on last, because the state has the burden of proof. The state goes first, then the defense comes in, and then the state has the opportunity to come in again, kind of tie up the loose strings. So the defense is going to put on their experts, and then when the state comes back to do their redirect or rebuttal, their rebuttal, they're going to come in, and then they are going to put on their rebuttal experts, and that's it. The defense does not get an opportunity to come back again. It's state, defense, state again, because the state has the burden of proof, which is, I want to, I'm working on it. I don't know how. I'm trying to figure this out, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get all the breakdowns from the expert witnesses in the case in chief. Then I'm going to come back and get some of the highlights of the experts in the defenses. And then I'm going to come back to that and bring in the highlights, if I can, in the rebuttal, and kind of see where where all of that lays. What are they arguing? Was Ellis sane at the time? Was Ellis capable of understanding the ramification of her actions? Was Ellis, should she be deemed incompetent, not guilty by reason of insanity? If that's the case, she will be remanded to a state facility where she will stay for an extended period of time until she may never be deemed not a threat and able to go back into society. You know, as someone who has worked at a state facility for the forensically insane, not guilty, who are either incompetent to withstand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity. For those of you who don't know, I have worked at a state facility here where I live in Kerrville, Texas. And actually it was a good job. I really thoroughly enjoyed my job. And when it came to working with the people, I got to be honest, I felt that the people were more sane than the employees, the patients. or more sane than some of the employees. And I don't say that jokingly. And you want to, here's a little bit of a tidbit for you. Did you know that the state hospital, or at least here in Texas, the one in Kerrville is one of the main state hospitals. They have multiple, but Kerrville seems to be one of the mainstays. They would hire people who had pretty significant mental illness. They would hire people who were schizophrenic, and but they would say, "Oh, well, when was your last episode? If you haven't had an episode in a year, you can come work for us." Now, I'm not to say that people who have schizophrenia can't work in facilities such as this, but 9 times out of 10, they didn't stay long because it would trigger, they would get into an episode. I'm just saying it was an interesting fact. But anyway, if she is declared mentally incompetent in NGRI, I always do that, NGRI, then she will stay at the mental facility until they deem that she's no longer a threat to herself or society. But here's the caveat. She has to exhibit that she can take her medication. She has to be able to self-maintain, but they will release her to usually a halfway facility. She will live there for an extended period of time, and she may or may never go independent fully. A lot of people struggle with the fact that people who commit such a heinous crime and are found in GRI do eventually get back in public and in society. To me, I worry less about them than I would somebody who is not an NGRI, who knowingly, willfully planned it. Let's say Donna Adelson and her group of people who get 15, 20 years to life. They spend it in a prison system, and then they turn around and get paroled at the earliest opportunity, and they're in society. To me, I'm more worried about them because they know what they did. They planned it. They orchestrated it. They're methodical and diabolical, in my humble opinion. That's just my humble opinion. But anyway, for her, what is life like in that situation in the facility? They do get a little bit of treatment as far as psychological at first. The biggest thing is to get them medically stable. So they will work with their medications and get them medically stable. Once they are in a medically stable state, they're in a good place, they start therapy. They will do therapy. They will work with them. Some of them will learn some skills. They do have some training depending on the facility. But it is a sad situation all the way around because nothing we can do is going to bring back that little boy. And at the same time, and if she is legitimately schizophrenic, legitimately has a mental illness, legitimately didn't understand the ramifications of her action, she too is a victim to an illness. And where does that line draw for y'all? You know, there's a line, and where is that? And that's where the jury's going to have to figure out. This is a very difficult situation across the board. It's much more difficult than somebody who just decided, you know what, I'm pissed off and I'm just going to walk up and I'm going to, act out in a fit of anger against the mother. Say she got mad at the mom, they had an altercation, and then she tried to hurt the mom and ended up unaliving the child. That to me is a clear line, a clear line. But when you have somebody that truly is mentally, I got a glare from my paper. The sun's coming in, sorry. For me, when you have somebody that is an NGRI, it's a lot harder. I personally think that, as bad as some people think the state facilities are, and they can be bad, it's better than prison, because if you just throw her in a prison with the NGRI, either one or two things. She's going to become victim really quick and be harmed or unalived, or she's going to be the one doing it. I'm not sure. Oh, wrong click. I'm not sure if I would be able to accept it if she was found insane and not held to account for this. I would have thought the same way before I worked in the state facility, honestly. The point is if she is truly in GRI and truly did not understand what she was doing when she did it, it's how she doesn't realize it. She doesn't really fully understand the severity of what happened. Now, I will tell you that there are a lot of people who are in GRI. They go to the state hospital, they get medicated, they become in a stable state. Clarity of mind is there for a period of time as long as they're medicated. And they realize, and they become, now hear me out, Amy. They become fully aware of what they've done. They become clearly aware of what they've done. They become devastated. I've watched the moment when the light bulb goes off. I've been there. And I have seen when that light bulb goes off that somebody realizes what they did, because they didn't fully realize what had happened. And then they sit down, their mind is in a stable state. They are with the therapist, because I've been on a one-to-one, so I'm sitting in the room with them. And all of a sudden they realize what they did. And oh my gosh, you want to talk about devastation, self-torment, self-hate, self-loathe. They asked they begged for someone to unalive them. I mean, the torment that they go through is unreal. Let's talk about Andrea Yates. That is one of them. Okay, she clearly was not in her right mind. I can't go into specifics because, legally, but I will say I've read all documentations, all of her files. I worked at that hospital, and I got to tell you, her husband should have been charged. He should have been charged, because she was told by physicians she is in a psychosis. Do not get pregnant again. She's got severe postpartum depression to the point that she's going to hurt herself or others. And he totally went off and got her pregnant, left her alone, did not give her medications. When she realized in the state, by reading the records, and then every year at the time that this happened, which is October, she gets super depressed. She really struggles with what happened, and she technically can get out. She is technically able to leave if she chooses, because she is technically now considered mentally stable and not a threat to society. I'm not used to having bangs, so I'm playing with them a lot, guys. I'm sorry, they tickle. She chooses to stay because she feels that is where she should be because of what she did. So it's a hard place to be. Believe it or not, I understand. I don't disagree with you. But at the same time, understand that a state hospital is not freedom. State hospital for the rest of your life is a sentence. It is not a joyride. It is not a fun place to be. It is not freedom. And the chances, I got to be honest, the chances of her getting freedom in this situation is going to be nil. Okay. I can't imagine, and they pretty much pass away of natural causes in those places. So I know I know this is a very sensitive and touchy subject. I know it's a very difficult subject, by the way. Just kind of let you know sorry, wrong one. Oh, let me switch over here. This is the one I wanted for that one. Just to let you know that they are still in, they're still in that. But understand that don't know what you're doing. It's hard to be held accountable for it. It's not like she chose to go take some kind of illegal drug and chose to get high or drinking alcohol and get behind the wheel of a car knowing that this could be the consequence. Unalive somebody. That's by choice. You did something to alter yourself, to put you in the position to harm somebody. In her situation, this is an illness. This is a medical situation for her. I get it. I may not feel the same way if it was my child. Now, on the other side of the boat, and for the poor family who lost their child and the mother who was stabbed, I agree. She needs to be locked up forever. She needs to go away. But where does she go away is more the question at this point. I wish I had somebody. Yeah. If anybody wants to come on and talk about this and counter me, that's perfectly fine. Again, like I said, I would not have thought this way had I not worked in a facility. It is so, it's sad because, believe it or not, Ellis is somebody's daughter. She may have siblings. She may have friends. And in a sense, she's also lost. She too is a victim. She's a victim of an illness. She's a victim of her mind. Amy, yeah, we could. That's that could definitely happen. I understand people want to throw away the key, throw her away and throw away the key and unalive her because of what she did. But once again, if this is the whole argument of this is, did she knowingly understand what she was going to do? Was it planned and methodical? Or even in a schizophrenic state, you do some planning and thinking. I'll be honest. But is it rational? No, it's not rational. So I guess, where are you? June, do you want to start a poll? Where are you? Do you believe people with severe mental illness who commit a crime, who are in a delusional state, let's put it this way, do you believe a person in a delusional state who commits a heinous crime should be held to the same standards as somebody who is in their right mind, who make a conscious choice to commit the crime, be held on the same standards? So again, if you are somebody who is not in your right mind, who commits a heinous crime, versus somebody who chooses in their right mind to commit the same crime, should you be held equally accountable? I'm playing devil's advocate here, K-Swan. By the way, Andrea Yates filled up the bathtub, methodically took each child, unalived them, and put them in a bed. That's methodical thinking. But in delusion, there's still methodical thinking. When there is delusion, there can still be methodical thinking. The thing is do you understand my hearing aid is every time I'm pause, when I wear my hair down and I move my head, if my hair is brushing the hearing aid, it makes a noise. It's interesting. So that's why you're seeing me trying to get now it's in a comfortable spot, so it's not going to do that. I was under the impression that getting NGRI really still holds them accountable, but they are able to get the help they need. That is what I mean by hold accountable. What I mean by that is being judged equally with somebody that is not in a schizophrenic, psychotic state. They are held accountable in the sense that they're going to a hospital facility that they can't leave. Everything is controlled. They can't eat when they want. Some of them can't even go potty when they want. They're on a 1-to-1. Some of them, they're medicated. They're very controlled environment. That is similar to prison, just a psych prison. That's what I try to tell people. State hospital is a psych prison. You do not have your rights to freedom. You don't have the right to do what you want to do. Well, in G14, you're correct. And here's my caveat to that. I believe there needs to be what's called step down units, which there are. And that means when you become stable and you've been stable on your meds for an extended period of time, then they need to be put in a facility where they are still monitored. They're still getting their meds, but they have an opportunity to do some kind of work to put money back in the taxes that took care of them. Because some of them do become stable enough that they can hold down a remedial job. They can get paid and taxes can come out. It may not be much, but it's better than nothing. And they become somewhat productive, but they eat, sleep, and in a controlled area. They are monitored. They're taking their meds. They have caseworkers that monitor their work. I believe in that situation if they fit that bill. Now, if they cannot be in that situation, then they stay in the state facility forever. That is my humble opinion. Do I believe that they should just be free and no monitoring and out in the world and not take their meds and then recycle? No, I don't believe that. I think that they need to be monitored for life. I think they need to be monitored for life. We had a gentleman who was a psychologist who had a mental break. He worked with the worst of people. He worked with a lot of inmates and a lot of people that were people like Ellis. And something happened with a case with a baby, and he had a mental psychotic break. And he ended up, fan is blowing crazy. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. He ended up in the state hospital where I worked. And he literally would walk around talking about that baby and was not in his right mind. He didn't know if he was dressed or not dressed. He would take his clothes off and walk around. He got hot. He didn't know he could just turn on the fan. He got hot. He stripped. He got cold. He put clothes on. He was very much out there. And it taught me all of us are 1 minute away from a psychotic break. There were several doctors, lawyers. We even had a judge who had a psychotic break and ended up committing or acting out, doing something that committed a crime, usually unaliving somebody in their psychotic break, and ended up in the state hospital. It is so sad, y'all. It is so sad. Thank you. The poll is up, and the poll states, do you believe a person should be mentally unstable, should be held in a state hospital or prison? State hospital, state prison, or both? Now, I also believe, and here's the thing, some situations, and I've seen it, where they were ordered once they reach a certain level of stability for a certain period of time, would then go to a state prison. But here's the problem with that. When you go from a state hospital to a state prison, the state prisons are becoming more mental wards than they are prisoner wards. A lot more mental health issues. Those with mental health issues far outweigh those who do not in prison, where it used to be more not with those who do have mental health issues. The thing is to be successful in the transition from the state to the prison, they have to be able to be managed with the medication. That is going to be the key factor. And some people in a state hospital, they're good. Everything's good. They've been, say, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they're stable. The meds have been stable. They've not had any psychotic breaks. Everything has been good. They are, all intents and purposes, ready to go. Okay? All intents and purposes, they're ready to go to the prison. Great. They send them to the prison. But the problem is that the prison doesn't take outside medications. So once they get into the prison, they have to go through the prison's psych eval, the prison's medical evaluations. They go through that. It takes 2 days to a week before they start getting their psychotic meds. Well, guess what? For some patients, that puts them, not having those meds on board will put them back in the psychotic state, and they become very dangerous. So guess what? Back to the state hospital you go. Where I see the problem is, and I would love for them to fix, is that if you're coming from a psych hospital, a state facility, to a jail or prison, 2 days, a weekday's worth of your meds should go with you, but they don't. The person transporting you should be able to transport your meds with you. That is why a lot of people who are in trial like this one, who go off for psych evals to see if they're competent to withstand trial, they stay in the state facility until they're competent, because I've seen this live and in person myself. Had this guy, he was live and competent to withstand trial. Okay, they got him good to go. They sent him to the jail. It takes 3 days before he goes to trial. And that's when he and his attorney are working on things, right? He does not get his med for those 3 days, because it takes 3 to 5 days for the jail to do their evaluation and agree that those are the meds that they can provide him. So by day 3, he's spinning out of control again and incompetent to stand trial, because he cannot partake and participate in the preparation and being a part of his own trial. So they send him back to the state hospital and reschedule trial again. It is a vicious cycle. Maybe 1 in 10 are capable of surviving that transition. Just saying. That's legit. And I'm not saying that to be, difficult. My humble opinion, depending on what the crime is, depending on what the punishment would be if you are found competent and sane, if it's a crime where it's life in prison without the possibility of parole, or life in prison with the possibility of parole, I believe you, once found stable, I want to call it stable, not sane, but stable, transition them to a prison. If it's a crime that is not a life sentence, then depending on how much time you spend in the state facility, it's kind of like the same in a state prison. If you've got 15 years and you serve, say 9 or 10 of those years, and you could parole out of a prison, but you're in a state hospital, you should be able to go to a halfway house and step down as if you were in a prison. I believe that both levels of government should work on making it where, when transferred from state hospital to state prison or jail, should not have to be reevaluated. They work together. And that is what I've been preaching this whole time. I said that on Friday. We need to get the systems to work together instead of fighting against each other. I think that a lot of these issues would be resolved. So, in my humble opinion, if you were charged with a crime where you can get paroled, but you were found in GRI and you go to a state facility, then when if you are found to be stable and you have served X number of months or years of your sentence, and if you would be in a jail or prison facility, you would be able to apply for parole, then I believe that you should also be able to have the opportunity to do the same. If they feel the parole board would feel that you could go to a halfway home, then fine. If not, you go to prison. I just believe that it needs to be a better system across the country for these. Mental health is starting to be a very difficult thing to manage at this point. It is so out of control, I believe, in the criminal system. And I think they need I think they need to get a better control of it. Thank you for those who voted. State hospital 60%, prison 10%, both at 30%. Thank you so much for voting. We'll leave it up for a little bit and see if anybody else votes. But this is a no-win-win, not only for her as the defendant, but even more so for the victim and their family.
All right for the jury? You good?
Yeah, it was asked on another social media format, why am I lifting my bottle this way? I'm having shoulder problems and my grip is not good. So this is the least, anything horizontal doesn't hurt, anything vertical hurts. So if I can just flip my wrist and not move my shoulder, it works better.
As you know, we've dealt with a lot of technical issues in this trial. Hopefully they're all resolved now. And let me just give you a little bit of an instruction. There is a defendant, Mr. Villalobos, who has somewhat of an illness. The court has given him permission to exit the courtroom when he is required to do so. You're not to hold that in any way for any type of consideration whatsoever in this case. He does have permission to do that. All right, so where we last left off, and I am going to give you a lunch break probably in the next half hour to 45 minutes. We'll take a break for that. Defense, we were at your cross.
It's Captain, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what is marked as offense exhibit number 8. Can you tell us what's depicted in this video still?
Just engine 36.
All right, and that was your...
I really hate to interrupt. May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, we already got, let me get rid of this. Oh, I forgot. I'm learning. I'm remembering. I got to do something. I got to do the swoop-de-swoop thing. My bad.
All right, submitted.
And this is a still of defense exhibit number 8. And you testified that is your engine. I'm going to go ahead and play it. And it looks...
Don't forget, we have the bingo card. Y'all, don't forget. Click the link at the very top above the poll. You'll see bingo card. It's free to play. It's easy. Just click it and start playing. June, can you send me a photo of the bingo card, please? Thank you. Of what's already been checked off.
Like, we'll see a timestamp on it. $47.51. And the patrol car stops at 48:11. Would you agree with me that the patrol car that stops at 4811, or actually at the time is 4813, was the patrol car that you saw stopped as backup for the first officer that you talked to?
I mean, I see it here. I don't remember it pulling up because I was walking over to talk to this guy, but I mean, I would agree, yeah.
Okay, and that location was where you were standing with Melissa Perez at the time, correct?
It should be, unless I'd already started walking towards this car.
All right.
But yeah, about there is where we were standing talking to her.
All right. And so the distance that this patrol car was parked from where you were standing was approximately 9 yards. If the length of a parking slot is seven yards, right?
Sounds right.
All right. And would you agree with me that the vehicle that's taken this coat van is probably 35 yards away from the other vehicle?
Okay. I mean,
Do you agree, approximately?
approximately, yeah.
All right. Now, I believe it's been marked into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 6. And let me pull it up.
You can offer it.
We're going to offer Defendant's Exhibit 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7. They've been previously tendered to the state. The state provided them to us.
No objection to this.
All right, defendants 4, 5, 6, and 7 are admitted.
All right. Now, you indicated that you met with the prosecutors and you reviewed Officer Rojas' body-worn camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to play up to approximately um, 45:35, and we'll ask you some questions after I play it. I'm wondering if the audio is on.
Yeah, it doesn't come on right away.
And I'm sorry, Officer Rojas was the first one?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think the audio started yet. Okay. It should have started already. Now, apparently it's not outputting the audio, Your Honor.
and they're connected to Bluetooth, they're connected to the proper speakers.
Do we need to put maybe the microphone up on the computer? Would that work?
I'm going to go ahead and pause it. I just want to make sure that at 44:29, you told the officer she cut all the wires. The fire alarm we got here was going off. We silenced it. We can't reset it. She cut all the, and I'm not going to say the word, wires. You said that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then she said at 44, Rojas said at 44:38, did she say anything? And you responded at 44:40, yeah, I got her, I recorded her. You said that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then let's go ahead and play some more. All right, so where are you standing right now?
In the, it's the room with the fire alarm panel.
All right, and that's, for the record, it's 44:59 run time on the upper right. The Axon timestamp is 44:59.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so let's talk about what you said up until the time you got there. At 44:43, you said, I recorded her saying she cut it, correct?
Correct.
And when you say I recorded her saying she cut it, that's in reference to the video that you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so then you go on to say, I don't know if you want to look at it, or, and then that's when you walk to the fire, some people call it the fire sprinkler closet or the fire alarm closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Rojas asked, well, where is it at? And you told him right here, and then you walk over, right?
Correct.
All right. And then you told him I called the alarm company and they're supposed to try to get a hold of someone to come out. All right. And let's back up a little bit and replay. Okay, at that point in time, you said, I called the fire alarm company and they're supposed to try to get a hold of someone to come out. She's a little paranoid about people watching her, saying that they work for the FBI. You said that, correct?
Correct.
All right. So when you told Rojas that she was paranoid and people were watching her and that she worked for the FBI, at any point after that, did you hear Officer Rojas get on the radio and say, add Medcom to the call?
Not that I can recall.
All right, and at any point in time, did he contact the dispatcher and say, this is going to be a mental health or an emergency detention at any time?
I mean, not that I can recall.
All right, and you understand that if someone calls the dispatcher and tells the dispatcher that this is going to be a mental health, that the dispatcher has the ability to upgrade the urgency of the call. You understand that, correct?
To be honest, I don't know how things work on SAPD's dispatch side, but
Okay. But when someone asks the dispatcher for your organization that something's more urgent, the dispatcher for your side upgrades the urgency of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree with me that firefighters have a duty to keep fellow officers and commanders well informed about material facts for incidents on scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. It would be neglected duty not to keep your superiors well informed of what's going on, correct?
My superiors?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, correct.
All right.
I wouldn't consider this one of those times, but
All right. At any point in time, did you hear Officer Rojas tell his fellow officer to speed it up?
not that I heard, no. I mean, not that I can recall hearing, no.
And you've heard officers tell other officers that are cover officers to speed it up, correct? You've heard that before, haven't you?
I'm sure I have.
All right. And you understand what that means, speed it up?
Yeah, probably code 3.
Yep. All right. Let's go ahead and play. And I'm going to play it for another 10 seconds or so.
I'm going to scroll that back. If you see, here's where the wires have been cut here. That's the box there that she was.
All right, so I've stopped it at 4524. Whoops. That's Melissa Perez standing right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a white Nissan, correct?
Sure, it's a white car.
All right, and this is a pickup truck backed into the parking slot, correct?
Correct.
All right, and would you agree with me that the other car that we saw in the Coban parked right behind these two cars?
Yes, sir.
And since we agreed that they parked right behind these two cars, the distance from there to there is about nine yards, correct?
Sounds about right.
All right. All right. Okay, for the record, we played this video to the point of 4532, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that I've paused it where 3 firefighters are standing next to Melissa Perez, probably within 6 to 10 feet away at the max?
Correct. Yeah.
And that Officer Rojas is also 6 to 10 feet away, possibly less.
Correct.
All right. And if at any time that Officer Rojas had attempted to detain Melissa Perez, and had she offered any resistance at 4532, you would agree that you would have assisted the officers, right?
If it looked like it needed it, yes.
All right. And that's something that firefighters often do to help police officers. You don't just sit by idly when someone's having trouble, do you?
No, that's correct. We also don't jump in if they don't need it. You know.
All right. Fair enough. All right, so let's start playing some more.
But that side of America? What happened, man? What happened? What? With the box in there. What do you want me to tell you?
All right, so at 0:45:45, we heard her laugh. Did she seem angry or agitated when she laughed?
No, sir.
All right. And is that you right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to play from 45:45.
That's all you told us. Yeah.
Who said, tell us what you told us? Who
I did.
said that?
I did.
And why did you say that?
Just because I could tell she didn't, like I said, she wasn't as open to talk to him as she was to us. She kind of like, what are we doing here? So I was just trying to get her to talk to him like she did us.
All right. And did you want her to tell the officers that she cut the alarm?
I was just, I guess that, and also just to talk to him, you know?
All right, so let's see what happens.
What do you want me to say? The other. So what happened? See, what's I got them words up?
All right, so I stopped it at 45:55, and would you agree with me that at 45:54 to 45:54, she made the gesture of once I cut the wires with her fingers, gesturing, mimicking, using scissors to cut wires?
I would agree, yeah.
All right, and would you agree with me that that statement was an admission in front of Officer Rojas that she committed the offense of criminal mischief?
Yes.
All right. And did you see any effort for Officer Rojas to make an arrest at that point in time?
I mean, not that I can remember, no.
All right, well, let's continue to play.
There's a lot of audio that went. And then, you don't believe me? I can show you some stuff. There's a lot of what? I can show you some things. And then, so when I'm investigating. What I'm investigating is the harassment of people.
All right, so I've stopped it at 46:19, and would you agree with me that approximately 45 seconds has gone by since the first time that Officer Rojas walked up to her?
Yes, sir.
All right, and at this point in time, is she agitated in any shape, form, or fashion?
I would say a little more so than she was with us, but not really.
Not too much.
Right.
Do you think that if Officer Rojas had wanted to detain her, he should have had no difficulty doing so?
Object to speculation.
I'll sustain.
All right. Did you sense that Melissa Perez was physically aggressive or threatening in any way at this time to Officer Rojas?
No, sir.
All right. And if Officer Rojas had made an attempt to arrest her at this point in time, and had she resisted and had Officer Rojas needed help, would you and your crew have assisted?
Yes.
All right.
The audios, the way they make people sound, the way they make them seem crazy.
All right. So we've heard Melissa Perez say the way the audios sound, the way they make people feel crazy. At that point in time, did you further confirm in your mind that she was suffering from delusions or some form of mental illness?
Yeah, it was just more of the same of the stuff that she was telling us.
All right.
I may not have even been paying attention to this part right here, I'm not sure.
Okay. And we stopped that at 46:29. We'll continue to play.
That's what I'm investigating. Because I've been a victim myself. And when I tell you I can show you evidence, because I got shit on.
All right, so I've stopped it at 46:39. And would you agree with me that over 1 minute and 4 seconds have passed and Melissa Perez has shown no physical signs of aggression towards Officer Rojas?
Correct.
No, don't disrespect me.
Okay, so at 46:39, Officer Rojas asked about her diagnosis of mental illness. What do you describe based upon what you've seen in the next few seconds in this video? How's her mood changed, if any?
She just got defensive, and I remember hearing her say this, and she had just told us, you know, while we were talking to her, that she had history of mental health issues, but then when he asked her the same question, he got a different response than we did.
All right, so she gave a different response, correct?
Right.
All right, at this point in time, even though she's a little bit defensive, has she shown any signs of physical aggression towards Officer Rojas?
No physical aggression, no.
All right.
No. There's been me diagnosed with schizophrenia, but I'm not schizophrenic. I'm more intelligent? No. I was diagnosed by a falsification psychiatrist.
Do you take medication for
No, I don't.
Are you prescribed medication for it?
No.
No.
I see when you tell me things like that, I get offended. So my knowledge is very mentality is very straight. And that's why I get offended when somebody comes to tell me, do you got mental problems? I ain't got no mental problems.
What up? What's your name?
Everybody knows my name, Melissa Perez. Melissa Perez.
What's your date of birth?
12177.
What apartment you live at?
3102.
Who you live there with?
I live by myself, my dog, and a gentleman that lives with me that I picked up from the street.
All right, when she told you that she picked up a gentleman from the street, what was your thought? Is that normal?
Okay, we're going to go back. I'm going to see if I can catch it. I'm going to see if I can catch it.
3102.
Who you live there with?
I live by myself, my dog, and a gentleman.
Okay, guys, what do you see in this picture that maybe the first responders should be asking a question about? Because there's something here that, as a first responder, if I was alone, and I have been in situations where, you know, you're the first on scene, you're talking to somebody, you're trying to ascertain what's happening, you're looking at everything. What do you observe in this picture where I froze it? Can anybody catch it? Let me know. I'll give you additional entry into the drawing today. What do you see? And June, I don't see the updated card. What do you see? I'm waiting because there's a delay, so I'm going to wait a second. What do you see in this picture that the first responder should be asking? Right. She's been to a hospital. She's had lab work. Something medically has been done today. I would ask her, what's this? Have you been to the hospital? Mm-hmm. Because she could have been in the ER and had had an IV. She could have had blood drawn. Because sometimes people get out of the ER. She could have been in a state and been taken to the ER and then released and come home and done this. It may be something, it may not be something, but the point is, should have been questioned. Let's see if he questions, because anytime I've ever come up with somebody and I'm on a first response call and they have any kind, looks like they've been in the hospital or blood drawn, I ask about that. Did you go get lab work? Are you okay? Are you on medications? Did you see the doctor today? What's going on? Is there anything we need to know about? Or is this just daily? And I'll say, is this just your yearly labs, or are you struggling with something? Did they change medications? Have you had a change of medications? Because believe it or not, sometimes when you get a change of medications, one of the things it says is that be careful. This may cause a psychosis. It's just another little thing, but I'm surprised he hasn't asked about it.
All right, when she told you that she picked up a gentleman from the street.
If you need captioning, click on the CC below. Captioning will pop up.
What was your thought? Is that normal behavior?
Hammer on the other hand.
Oh, she had already told us about him when we were talking to her. And the guys on my crew thought they knew who he was because it was somebody that they made contact with quite often.
All right. And do you consider it normal behavior?
I don't know. I don't know her relationship with him.
All right.
Here.
Picking up random people off the street, is that normal behavior?
Oh, no, not random people, no.
Okay.
you're my friend Jennifer, normal behavior. My friend Jennifer, if she sees somebody walking, she will most times stop and ask if they need assistance.
He's a friend that
All right, so I'm going to ask you to notice these lights here. I'm going to submit to you, those are the headlights from the white car that drove ahead of Officer Ramos. Would you agree with me that that would be consistent with the Coban
Okay, she's talking about the lights here. Now he's going to the Coban.
that I showed you earlier of Officer Ramos driving up to your location, and there was a white car that drove up first? Did that coincide with the time, in your opinion?
It would coincide with the time.
All right. Now, I continue to, and the time is 47:58.
Double needed help, medical attention.
Okay. So why did you cut the wire?
Why not? Did he turn anybody's head to go?
Yeah, the alarm, that's what they're here.
The alarm.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right, so at, we have a time of 48:11. It's in front of Building 3, the utility box, these bushes, that rock wall, and back there is a utility closet. You would agree with me that if the timestamp on the Coban of Ramos arriving, of the Coban of Rojas' vehicle, of Ramos arriving at 48:11, that if she's still present in front of the bushes at 48:12 and Ramos has arrived at 48:11, that he's 9 feet away? You would agree with that?
Yeah, sounds right.
All right.
I don't know where he is.
Now, at any point in time, have you heard Officer Rojas say on the radio, can 6111 speed it up?
Not that I remember, no.
Or ask, what's 6111's ETA?
No, sir.
All right.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because you're tampering with the fire alarms.
I've been around this building. They everybody knows and they're watching me. They see me where?
All right, so at 48:26, Officer Rojas says, let's walk to my car. Does he say, let's walk to Ramos' car that's 9 yards away?
No, sir.
And let's see what happens. All right, so there's engine 36, and Rojas is behind engine 36. Would you agree that's approximately 35 yards away?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to represent to you what we're going to see is them walking to the car. And I'm going to ask you to pay careful attention if you hear any point in time Officer Rojas communicating to Officer Ramos. Would you agree that that's Officer Ramos who's had parked 9 yards?
Okay. I love how he has exact measurements. I don't ever, if someone was to say, do you agree that Officer Ramos is 9 yards away? I'm going to say, I agree that he's a distance away, but I'm not going to agree to the exact distance away because I don't know the exact distance. Is he in the vicinity? Yes. Period. Oh, stopping from random people to give them rides. I gotcha. But she did ask, am I under arrest? And he said no. Detained? Sorry, you should have said detained.
By walking up.
I mean, I'll take your word for it.
All right. And let me ask you this: when you recall them walking to the vehicle at this time?
Do I? Yes.
All right.
I recall him asking her to walk towards the vehicle.
Did he search her before walking to the vehicle?
Not that I remember, no.
All right. And you know that she cut the wires with something, right?
Correct.
And
Well, that's what she said. I don't know. Right.
and based upon what you observed, she had to use some kind of tool or instrument. to
When she
cut.
made this motion, right?
She had to use some kind of tool to cut them, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if she did use a tool, that could be a dangerous weapon, correct?
Correct.
But even though she admitted to using some kind of tool to cut the wires, Officer Rojas didn't search her, right?
Not that I saw, no.
All right. And would you agree with me that at times he allowed her to walk behind him?
She wasn't in front of him, for sure. I don't know if they
Sorry?
were. She wasn't in front of him.
She was
So I don't know if
not
she
in
was
front-
beside him or behind him, but.
She was not in front of him.
Right.
All right. Okay. And when he said, "I want you to stand in front of my car," did you understand between the engine 36 and his vehicle?
That's her, yeah. If he said in front of you,
And she never did that, did she?
no, sir.
And did he ever take any steps or commands to guide her to obey his commands or redirect her verbally?
Not that I saw, but I mean, I don't know if I was watching at that time.
All right. And did Ramos do that?
Like, again, not that I saw.
All right. Well, let's see what happens now. Okay, at 49:03, what do we see in this video?
Oh, the engine through the windshield, and was it Ramos through the?
He's inside the car?
No, the cop that's outside the car. Rojas, Ramos.
Ramos is outside?
I'm not sure which one's which. Which one
Okay.
pulled up first?
We're looking at Rojas body-worn camera, so if we're looking
Okay.
at Rojas
So that'd be
body,
Ramos then?
would Rojas be inside the car now?
Yes.
All right? And Ramos is outside, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, did you witness this, the fleeing by Melissa Perez?
I never saw her. By the time I looked, I just saw one or both of the cops going around the corner. But I witnessed them running.
You saw them chasing,
Correct.
and you followed afterwards, right?
Correct. We walked over there.
All right. At a later point in time, you were on the sidewalk watching both officers in front of 3102, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you asked Officer Rojas if he needed any help, correct?
I believe so.
I'm sorry?
I believe so.
All right, and at one point in time, you offered to provide copies of your recording, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you were by his patrol car when you offered a copy of your recording, correct?
Correct.
And instead of receiving a copy of your recording, he simply told you, "Can you give me your name?" and took your name, and you turned over the evidence later, correct?
He did give me his name. I didn't turn the evidence over. I think they went and collected it later that when I was off duty. But
Okay. But Officer Rojas declined to collect the evidence, correct?
my recollection, I don't know what it shows on body cam. Maybe my recollection is wrong. I think he said, if we need it, I'll get it.
So he didn't seem interested in collecting it from you right then and there, correct?
Not right then and there, no.
But you wanted to offer it right then and there, correct?
Correct.
All right. And because you thought it was important evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, before we began testimony where you showed certain videos by Mariah Medina, my co-counsel.
Oh, yes.
And can you tell us what those videos depicted?
It looked like bystander videos from, one was a bystander video before we arrived. And the other one was also, I don't know if it was the same bystander, but another video after we arrived.
All right. And do those videos accurately reflect what you saw upon your arrival? Both those videos?
As far as like people evacuated and that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And do they accurately reflect the location of 6200 Old Pearsall Road?
It looked like it, yeah.
On June 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
And do they accurately reflect the alarm sounding at the fire sprinkler closet we've seen in this video in Building 3?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect the chaos and the number of people that you saw outside upon your arrival?
Yes, sir.
And you actually see your fire engine, engine 36 in one of the videos, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
This is my favorite popcorn bowl. Not traditional. I don't know. I was in the mood for popcorn today. We said it the other day. Now I'm in the mood for it today. I'm trying to be careful with my snacking. I have a little bit of-
Your Honor, we have what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9, a thumb drive that contains the videos that the witness just referred to. We're going to tender them to counsel so they can conduct their voir dire examination and examine the contents. We'll offer it subject to objections.
Just very briefly, sir. So, did you see the video on this USB drive, or did you just see it on the
On a phone?
on a phone? So not on this container.
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know what's on this container.
I mean, I guess not.
Okay, so you can't say that what you saw on the phone actually matched what's on this USB.
No, sir.
Okay. Additionally, you said that there were 2 videos.
Yes, sir.
So one of them was from before you arrived at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And so do you have any idea, again, it's before you arrived, so you wouldn't know what happened before you arrived, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so anything on that video would be speculation. It seems similar, but you wouldn't know for sure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, we would object to both videos being on the USB. The witness just said that he hasn't seen what's on this, and he can't say that they are the same video. Additionally, one of the videos were prior to his arrival. He doesn't have actual knowledge of whether or not that's authentic or whether or not that is indeed what was happening. He wasn't there.
We can cure one of his objections by allowing him to watch it on this laptop if he wishes, but I can assure the court it's going to be the same thing that he saw on the laptop.
Right, it's information that was provided by the state to the defense.
And no, Your Honor, this wouldn't have been.
Okay.
And in terms of the other objection, he said that both videos accurately reflected what he observed upon his arrival. He said he observed both of them. He saw the alarms, he saw the people outside evacuating from their apartments, so it would be probative.
All right, not conduct a 403, overrule the objection. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
mistakes, hope summer's making.
They said that they're putting up like a long and she was in that house with them. We got the window. So like she's in somebody else's house. She's ready to take all the stuff that Marty's running.
Captioning is not going to help in this situation.
Oh, what the hell? It's not weird. What the hell? Where's she going? Right there.
And the videos that we played from Exhibit 8, those accurately reflect what happened that night, correct?
Correct. The record is Defense Exhibit 9.
Okay, Exhibit 9.
9 was the one where we were on scene?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And you testified and you wrote a report stating that you found residents that had evacuated to the parking lot, correct?
Correct.
It's my understanding that you testified there were approximately 30 or more.
I was guessing 20 to 30, yeah.
All right, and that's a significant number of people.
Sure, I mean, yeah.
All right, and did you take any names of those people?
No, sir.
All right, and did you understand that those were all residents of that building?
I figured they were, yes, sir.
All right. And it's my understanding that you indicated in one of your reports that the CAD notes, and tell us what the CAD system is.
It's our computer-aided dispatch. It's just, it sends us the run to our MDT, which is like our mobile data terminal on our truck. It just gives us the problem type, the address, the caller's name, and the notes, whatever the caller said.
And it gave the description of the person.
I believe that's where I got it. I either got it from the CAD notes or a witness there on scene.
All right, and one of the CAD notes said the female was telling bystanders that she owned all the complex, right?
Right,
And you specifically talked to her about that, correct?
correct,
And that surprised you that she would claim to be the owner of the building, right?
right.
And because you know that to be owned by Sapa, correct?
I wasn't aware it was owned by Saha, but
All right,
it's not my area, so sorry.
all right. Past witness.
All right, so before we get to the next cross, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a lunch break, members of the jury. 12:50, let's make it back before 2 o'clock so we can bring you on at that time. So have a good lunch, see you at 2.
All right, for the jury?
Okay, y'all. Want to let y'all know, if you noticed, I popped up the little Navy sign there. Let me do this. Today is celebrating, well, this year is the 250th year of the Navy. They're celebrating the birthday today. So happy birthday to all Navy personnel. Thank you to all the men and women who have served the Navy over the 250 years. You are the best Navy in the world, and we thank you so much for your hard work. And we are very, very grateful for what you are doing, have done, and will do in the future. Thank you for keeping America safe. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. I'm a Coastie brat. Okay, here is let me share it here. Here is our bingo card for today. Right now, we have evidence, hammer, sustained, overruled, atone, may I approach, yes, no, free space, photographs, objection, fire alarm, and body camera. That's what I have. If we have anything different, June will let me know in live comm. Otherwise, we are all good with that, y'all. Yay. Yes, happy birthday to the Navy. In the Navy. I'm sorry, not sorry. June was she's what I call her. Everything I do in camera has to be opposite. It's driving me crazy. I may have to trim my bangs a little bit more. They're driving me crazy. I'm not used to having the bangs, and so it's like they tickle and itch. Okay, now we're going to go over to this trial.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind,
I think this is closing.
whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Miss Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
And she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see.
This could also be opening.
That she is walking in tandem with them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
I think that that's what we can expect, right? A tale of how to look at the evidence and what was she thinking at the time when she's doing those actions, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably what we're going to see in closings. And also this state and the defense experts and how to interpret that, or how the attorneys want the jury to look at that.
It's interesting, those two clips, basically the attorneys are saying the exact same thing. But
it's how you interpret it.
Yes. Oh, if you look at it from our standpoint, it's this. And then, so to your point, the jury's got a lot to think about.
And also, here's another thing to watch for with this case. You were talking about it. There was a court order where we had to delay testimony in the case. We don't think that that's going to be the case tomorrow when we're in closings. We're going to be able to carry those live, we believe, and then also, of course, the verdict.
Yeah, which would be great. Matt, thank you. We are going to get a break in here. When we come back, we're actually going to play some of that unaired testimony from the defense's final witness, a forensic psychiatrist who evaluated.
You're still on break. Oh my gosh, y'all. They still on break.
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you. Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Anderson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that he was going, that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
That's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think, Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle. Zelle.
Okay. And who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
This was big evidence inside.
If I was Harvey Adelson, her husband, and I did not participate in any of the things that I'm being accused of in and outside of Donna's jail experience or the red room of her son-in-law, I would be divorcing that woman so quick. To implement him, and he very well may be innocent in this. We don't know. He very well may not be. But for her to implement him and sending money through Zelle or any other means, and this is illegal behavior in which that she's exhibiting here. That means he's an accessory. I'd be like, I'm out.
Of the courtroom for the prosecution because it showed how Donna acted after she was arrested when she was behind bars. Let's talk about this with our mitigation specialist and defense investigator guest who's with us, Monica Jordan. Monica, great to have you on. You are also very connected to this case at the for the very first person to flip in this case, Luis Rivera. And we'll talk about that soon, but I do want to get your reaction to the informant who testified. How difficult is it for the prosecution to have a very credible informant on the stand? And what does the defense do when they're trying to shake that up?
Well, historically, what you want to do is you want to try and impeach the informant. But Georgia had a good source. They had a whole document written in Donna's handwriting outlining the script that they wanted she wanted the witness to testify to, and it was inaccurate, and the informants claimed this is not what Katie told me while I was in custody with her. So Donna's desperation to continue to control the narrative kind of blew up in her face. But for the defense, to impeach somebody like that is the best way to try and attack their credibility. And it just did not appear that they were able to do that because the informant was very credible, and ultimately the jury convicted Ms. Adelson.
So I mentioned your involvement in this case. Can you talk a little bit about what it was like so many years ago working with really the first person to be convicted in this case?
Yeah, I was on the Luis Rivera team. He had two great lawyers, David and Chuck Collins. It's a father and son team. They brought me in to primarily litigation end of this because the government was seeking the death penalty. So in those situations, I come in and try and either get the death penalty off the table or we go to trial. What those lawyers did, which I thought was brilliant, I was terrified at the time, looking back, it was brilliant, is they demanded speedy, and that forced the government to offer us something in exchange for testifying. The hardest hurdle in that was not convincing the government to offer that deal. The biggest hurdle was to convince Luis Rivera to take it, because ultimately he knew by testifying against Sigfrido Garcia and Katie that would ultimately be a life sentence. Not a life sentence in prison, but ultimately a life sentence for the rest of his life because he had testified.
And that's interesting, especially with the fact that no one faced the death penalty in all of the trials that we did have in this case, but the judge is going to say for Donna Adelson. Monica, stand by because I want to talk about another part of that motion for a new trial, and that's the juror misconduct that's alleged by the defense. And I want to take a listen back to some of the after or post-verdict comments that these jurors made. I was inside of the courtroom. I could see these jurors throughout the trial. And one of them in particular, the foreperson, she was very vocal on her social media after it. Her TikTok handle was Lacey with a J, so JC. And here's a bit of what she said and what another juror said after the trial that the defense said. Take a listen.
Sort of standout evidence for you that made you go, she's guilty?
For me, the bump operation was a big part of that, and the code. Innocent people don't speak in code, and that was what really was pushing me towards a guilty verdict. Her, as well as when the operation happened and she was handed that sheet of paper, just taking the paper and putting it straight into her bag without looking at it. I'm not taking anything from anyone and putting it in my bag before looking at it.
Okay, that was one of the jurors. The jury foreperson, again, she did take to social media. And one of the things that the defense had an issue with is that she mentioned that she was serving as a juror. She didn't mention the case, but before the trial really started, letting her followers and friends and family know that she was going to be on basically this break while she served. And the judge said that that was not an issue. It didn't mention the case, and that's what he instructed.
Okay, guys, let's talk about that real quick because this went viral and viciously so. This young girl did not break any rules. Period. It's been ruled. It's okay for you to tell your family and friends. See, I'll be honest, if I'm sitting here doing what I do and I get served and I get picked and I become a juror, I would definitely be going, hello. Guys, I've been selected to serve on a jury. You're not going to see me a whole lot in the next week or two. I'm going to have to be gone. My apologies. See you at night when I'm no longer. I don't know if I could. Well, if it's a local case that's not televised, yeah, I could definitely be on social media. But the thing is that it's one thing for me to come on and post something and record something and put it on social media. It's one thing for me to sit here and record and put something on social media. It's another for me to seek out information on the case on social media. And I don't think the judge said that they could not look at any social media, if I'm understanding it correctly. Could be wrong. But I do know that the judge has ruled that the woman did not do anything wrong. And this sucks. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on. I don't know what is on my desk, but it's black and it's all over. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Anyway, so for me, I don't have a problem with this woman and what she did, so long as she did not seek out information on the case on social media. Does she have that kind of control? That's between her and God, because we don't know. Well, yes, but again, if it's my understanding, and once again, my understanding, that she didn't do all this stuff until after the trial. I don't know. I could be wrong. Could be wrong, but the judge ruled she didn't do anything wrong.
Did these jurors not to do, so he didn't have an issue with what she put on TikTok. But Monica Jordan, bringing you back in, how does this work oftentimes when you're on the defense side? Is it typical to start looking into the jurors when you're looking for mitigation to help the defense as they move forward to either sentencing or an appeal?
Absolutely, but that process starts long before they're ever seated. You get the jury voir dire on a big capital case like this about 2 weeks before, and you start conducting your research. So you have a little bit better idea of what you're working with, and so it's not just a surprise of only having a day or so to identify who you potentially would want on a jury of this magnitude. The interesting thing is that the jury instructions are very clear about what they can and cannot do when it comes to social media research, talking to the media. But after the trial, they're actually given an instruction by the court, and Judge Everett did that here, and it says you're free to talk to the media. You don't have to talk to the media. You can talk to people. You don't have to talk to people. The fact that she indicated that she was that she was going to take a break and she was on a case, she may have been like throwing some breadcrumbs, but Everett didn't see any fault in that. But that will be an issue that's raised in a 3850 appeal. And it could be potentially raised in the direct appeal after she's sentenced, because in that direct appeal is when they're going to discuss all of the things that they thought Judge Everett got wrong. Once that's either affirmed or sent back for a new trial, then they'll start the post-conviction proceedings, and all of these issues will become paramount again when they're doing the post-conviction appellate remedies.
Oh, yeah. So it sounds like you're saying we may even see some more information that comes out on appeal when it comes to this look at the jurors. There's another thing that's mentioned in that motion for a new trial, and that's this allegation that the judge forced Donna Adelson to make a decision when she wasn't ready on whether or not she could testify. And we all watched. I was inside of the courtroom for this when she was repeatedly given chances, but she didn't take it in order to make a decision as to whether or not she would take the stands. Let's take a listen back to that moment and talk about it, Monica, on the other side.
Concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify, have you made a decision concerning this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision. This decision affects the rest of my life.
Mrs. Adelson, you're in the same position as every other criminal defendant who faces trial. Ultimately, you must decide whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. But ultimately, you must choose whether you will testify or not.
I know I have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak to my attorneys.
This has already been discussed, ma'am. What is your choice? Mrs. Adelson, the question remains, as it relates to your right to remain silent and your right to testify, what is your decision concerning these two rights?
At this time, I don't want to testify.
Very well. As I've previously stated, the jurors will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in any way.
Monica, this is a moment that was brought up in that motion for a new trial, and the defense goes so far as to say not only did the court force the defendant to make an uninformed decision, he threatened to hold counsel for the defense in contempt of court because they were continuing to speak with their client about this important decision that she has to make. Do you ever see on appeal a success when someone had an issue on their right to testify or not to testify?
I have. But I would like to say when we talked about some of those other appellate remedies, there's a saying in post-conviction work, and that is for every $1 that they spend on the trial lawyer, they'll spend $2 on the appellate lawyer. So they're going to bring in the best appellate people they can to Monday morning quarterback this, which is absolutely her right. But there's a little bit of gamemanship here and a little bit of strategy. They are continuing to lay the foundation to say that she made an uninformed decision, even though they have probably been talking about this since day one, whether she would testify or not. The fact that she says, I've not been provided enough time, I can't give a decision right now, I can't say whether I want to testify or not. Well, at what point does the judge say, I mean, she could do this for 6 weeks. Like, what time frame can you put on it? He gave her plenty of time. And so I think that's a little bit of an unfair characterization to say that she wasn't provided time. I thought it was pretty fair. But listen, my opinion won't matter. The First District Court of Appeals will be the first one to answer that, whether Judge Everett did it wrong or not.
Oh, absolutely. And the prosecution's response on that will be she had the lunch break. She had multiple breaks and sidebars with her attorney before that. Monica, stand by. We've got a lot more ahead. We're again waiting for things to kick off inside of the Leon County Courthouse. Here's a live look at the seal.
Okay, we're still on break. We have multiple trials going on right now, and there we go. This, no. Cancel. I want to share this tab. So I got double things up there. My apologies. Today is the Navy's 250th birthday, they've chosen to celebrate the 250th birthday of the Navy. Congratulations. So court will resume in 45 minutes. So you guys, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go pick up lunch. My son is not here anymore to help me. I'm going to go pick up lunch. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this running. June is in the background. I'll have some easy music on, easy listening music. And we typically try to take a little courtroom break because this is a long day. And so we'll probably in about 20 minutes, I'll be back here with you guys. Hang in there. This is going to be an interesting afternoon. I wonder how many cat fights are these 9 attorneys going to get into. June, it was established in 1775. Yes, it was. So, June, I'll be right back. I'm going to take me off screen and put on the easy listening. You have controls. So if the court comes back, just go ahead and stop the music. Although it should not come back. Welcome back. Oh my God, we have a lot of comments I missed. Thank you guys for sticking around. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what the temperature is right now in Kerrville. But it was cold this morning. It was. But since I don't leave my house anymore, it's 82 right now. Low is 61. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. What did I get? I got chicken strips. Chicken. Mmm. From Freddy's. Hi, Resident Evil. Hello. We don't have 4 seasons here. We don't. Oh, you switch into that nice comfy recliner. Get comfortable, my dear. Hello, everybody. Okay, so we have something very cool and interesting. One of our mods, our research mod, downloaded some documents. And they are the letters written to the judge on behalf of Donald Adelson. Emails and letters. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen. We're going to go to Donna Adelson soon. So I'm going to go ahead, share window. Why isn't it coming up? Well, that sucks. There it is. No. No, that's not what I asked for. There it is. Here we go. Here are some of the letters that were written. This is pretty long. This is an immigrant from the U.S. To the U.S. from Israel when I was only a month shy of the age of 12. Donna befriended him. They've been friends. They have been friends for 62 years. She's a fabulous person. I've known Donna for over 50 years. Although we lived apart, we've seen her often over the years. We wanted to share with you our impressions of the lovely person we have come to know. Always has been loving, kind mother, wife, exemplary daughter to her parents, and who often stayed with her family. We have never heard her utter a negative word about anyone. Never had tremendous pride, and she's always had tremendous pride in every member of her family. She retained many of friends. Donna's always intelligent, charismatic, sensitive to everyone, yada, yada, yada. So these will be, I think we can post these in StreamYard. In Discord. Donna, this woman Donna and I share a beloved grandson. Charlie surprised his mom with the news. Okay. Jessica, that's a grandmother. Known Donna for over 35 years, been friends, travel companion. We're still in shock at the current circumstances. We know her to be a loving parent, wife, and grandparent. We stand behind her claim of innocence. That's all of these letters are all for her. So what we are going to do is I'll go ahead and Jim, can we make those available in Discord in the members somewhere? I think we can. Delete that. So yeah, Donna Adelson is the most perfect woman. I'm going to let me download these files, and then I'm going to put it in members chat. Or did they already do that? No. Okay, June, these pictures of you are fabulous. Aww. June in the Navy. Oh, you and your hubby. Y'all are such a lovely couple. You really are. I'm going to do something with those in a minute. Okay, guys. I know I'm eating because I'm not really going to get a break because we're going to have Donna Adelson soon, which means we'll be doing a dual live. June, do we want to keep it here or do a dual live? Because I have it set up. You let me know, June. In comments, do we do a dual live or do we just keep it all here? For the Donna Adelson. Because both courts are going to be back about the same time. Okay, I see it. I'm entering studio. I'm setting everything up. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go live. I'm looking for the feed for Donna Adelson. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're all waiting. Everybody is waiting. I wonder how this is going to go. Okay, I'm going to have to. I've got to get everything organized, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't have enough screen space, so I'm going to have to. I'm going to put my Discord down, June. Okay, I'm just getting everything set up for the link and trying to have some nourishment. Are you that hot, love? Are you really that hot? Would be. I'm going to eat me this one last piece, and then I'm going to start the live for the Donna Adelson. Hold on a minute. I don't know why it says Karen Reed. June, close out of this. I'll give you a new link. That was weird, y'all. My StreamYard link said we were in the Karen Reed. I'm like, no, that's not where we're supposed to be. I don't know why that post keeps popping up. I've got a glitch. Okay, guys, what's going to happen is that I'm going to be going live on 2 different lives. I'm going to allow the court and everything to run on this particular live when it comes up. In the meantime, I have June Just Talks is going to be sharing with me on the Donna Adelson live. So I'm going to keep this one going as it is. Mods, when this court comes back in, will you take the banner off that says in break? I'm going to take my camera off and mute myself while I go live on the other live. By the way, y'all can watch 2 lives at the same time. Okay, guys, you're going to hear me talking, but I'm on 2 lives at the same time. The San Antonio Police Department, there was a lady, Melissa Perez, who has been labeled schizophrenic, decided in the middle of the night to go and cut the cables or wires to the fire alarm system to an entire apartment building complex. And in doing so, the fire alarms start going off. People leave their apartments. It's a bunch of chaos. And she claims that the FBI was listening to her through the cables with the fire alarm. Long story short, she is a roofer. She puts roofs on buildings for a living. She is 5 foot, 150 pounds, but she knows how to use a hammer. She came at the police officers, long story short, with a hammer multiple times. They threatened her if she didn't put the hammer down, if they swung at her again, that they would shoot her. And she said, fine, shoot me. She came at them again, and ultimately three firefighters actually did fire. 2 of them hit her. And unalived her. And so now the family sued in civil court, and the federal judge said, nope, they acted in reasonable self-defense. And so they, long story short, they lost the civil suit. And yes, I have my lunch. I am ravishingly. I'm just eating me some chicken strips. My son started working at a place, and it's just literally a food restaurant, first restaurant closest to my house. Second day there. He hadn't even filled out the paperwork, and he's already on the fryer. On the grill. So catch us up, love. How are you doing? What's going on? I'm on court TV. It's not okay. Here we go. It's just now starting. Let me get us both up. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a minute. I'll rewind it. Don't worry. I gotta get our format. We can within reason. Oh, give me a minute. I have a lot of buttons to push, y'all. There we go. No sound yet. So we were saying.
I believe the defense had a witness that was going to be giving a statement of resilience at the end.
That's correct, Judge.
Huge what?
Is there anyone that is going to be attending on behalf of the state as well?
Yes, Your Honor, the Markel family will be appearing by Zoom, but they're relying on their statements previously.
Okay, FYI, I have court gained 100%. And part of me really feels sorry for this man. He doesn't know whether to zig or zag or stay right straight or go back. And that's exactly what I was going to say. Is that all intents and purposes, all of the emails and messages, and there have been multiple, where they talked about Daddy. Daddy didn't know anything. Now, they could get him for accessory after the fact.
I won't read the phone number out loud, but his iPhone, one of the witnesses in this matter.
In my humble opinion, I think they will go for Wendy first. I think Wendy is there's a better shot of getting a conviction than Danny. Oh, somebody asked what was I doing? This here, little bumps. This is for deaf people. It looks like a Fitbit, but it vibrates. So because I don't have a service dog anymore and I'm back in the back of the house and I'm alone, if somebody knocks at the door, I won't know it. But this this vibrates.
647 number belongs to Ms.
You can tell her to rejoin.
Okay, hold on. Okay, guys, until the San Antonio court comes back, we're going to watch this. I am doing dual lives right now. If there's break in one live and you don't hear me talking or you don't see me, that's because I'm in the
Zoom can keep
right now.
themselves on mute until it is time for you to speak.
Oh, San Antonio's back.
We're here this afternoon for final disposition and sentencing in case number 2023 CF
Hold on.
3226, state.
I'm getting it. Give me a minute. Where did it go? My share screen dropped. There we go. There we go. Okay, everybody's good to go. Yep.
May be seated.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. Where we last left off, we were at cross defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Captain Hudson.
Good afternoon.
So Mr. Nisbet and I are both middle children, so we're used to getting leftovers. So we're just going to get right to the point, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you said you've been with Bexar County for 20 years?
San Antonio, 20 years.
San Antonio? And you actually came by way of California before that, right?
Correct.
Through Lackland, so that got you to San Antonio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so right now, or in the last few years, you've been assigned to the west side of town?
Not the last 2 years. Probably 2021 to 2024, I was west side. And then I went to the east side for about 6 months, and then admin.
And I think you mentioned Mr. Cease went to Station 36. That wasn't actually your assigned station.
Correct.
You were actually working overtime this particular night, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so that station, Station 36, that's over off of Ray Ellison Boulevard on the southwest side of town?
Yes, sir.
Between, I think it's Crossroads Community Church and Armstrong Elementary School. Does that sound right?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know the area.
Right, not assigned to.
Right.
But that station from the apartment complex, it's like 2 miles probably, depending on if you take 410 or Ray Ellison.
Probably. We got there pretty quick.
Okay. Lights and sirens on your way there?
Yes, sir.
Fire alarm going off is a pretty big emergency, especially at a multifamily unit, right?
Correct.
So on your way, you're obviously not by yourself. We saw you had 3 cohorts with you. And you get to the apartment complex. Now that area, it's kind of a mix of residential but also rural kind of grassy areas, right?
Correct.
In fact, in that area, I think you told me last week that there's a lot of grass fires reported out there.
There is, yeah.
Enhanced fire danger in the area. So that apartment, do you know if it's near that Miller's Pond Park and Sky Harbor Elementary School? It's very close to it, right?
I'm assuming because the name of it's Rosemont and Miller's Pond, correct?
Yes, right. Okay. And so you testified last week on Friday regarding a variety of calls that you handle as a firefighter. I think Mr. Escobar asked you about the different things that you've seen. You've seen a lot of car crashes, right?
Right.
Especially accidents involving intoxicated drivers.
Correct.
And when you're there in your capacity as a first responder, usually there before the police, right? Oftentimes.
Oftentimes, yeah.
And so when you're dealing with someone, let's say they're entrapped in a vehicle, your goal is not investigating intoxication, it's saving that person's life.
Correct.
It's safety first. And so maybe you're not necessarily keyed in on whether someone smells like the odor of intoxicants, right?
Right.
You're not going to do field sobriety tests,
Correct.
anything like that. But also when someone's enclosed in a car or a vehicle, I'm sure in your experience you've encountered the overwhelming odor of intoxicants.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You crack open that door and you know, wow, this guy's hammered, right?
Yes, sir.
A little different than when someone's standing outside in the open air. It can be a little harder to detect the odor on somebody's breath, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, regardless, in any kind of report you do or any work you do in the key card, the incident detail report, you're not documenting findings of your belief about the person's intoxication, right?
No, sir.
That's not your responsibility, right? You'd agree, right?
I agree, yeah.
Okay. She can't type you on the head shake.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. No problem. So you also talked about some other calls you respond to, so assaultive type offenses, right?
Correct.
Probably a great number over the last 20 years.
You're right.
Absolutely. And so you've seen a variety of injuries, I'm sure, gunshot wounds,
Correct.
stab wounds,
Yes, sir.
even blunt force injuries, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and I were talking in the hall. You remember one in particular is an incident involving a bat, a swinging type implement.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And you mentioned to me that it can cause a tremendous amount of damage, right?
Yes.
Compared to just somebody's fist.
Correct.
Just like something like pliers or a screwdriver or a crowbar could do, right?
Correct.
And so last week, Mr. Goss asked you about the threat of someone like Ms. Perez could present if she had some kind of weapon, some kind of implement, right?
Right.
And so I want to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 11, just for demonstrative purposes. If I represented to you that this is a 24, 25-ounce hammer, you can hold that. You've seen hammers before, right?
Right.
And so when we're talking about a swinging type implement, something like that, in your training and experience, would it have the ability to inflict serious bodily injury on someone?
Yes.
Could it even kill them?
Yes.
Especially swung at somebody's head, right?
Right.
So if I took this, I'll take this, thank you. States 11, if I took this and swung it on somebody's head like this, even if I'm say 5'1", I could very easily kill them, right?
Right.
At a minimum, do extraordinary serious bodily injury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to turn now to the 22nd of 2023. And just one housekeeping matter here. Defendant's exhibit, we'll have it. Defendant's exhibit 10. I've tendered it to the state before.
We correct the other one too.
Did I call it states?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was defense exhibit 11 for demonstrative purposes. Again, old habits die hard. So defendant's exhibit 10 here. If you'll take a look at this, we've talked a lot about key card and IDR. It's reflected in the document like this, right?
Right.
And so you recognize kind of the contents of this. That relates to this particular incident we were talking about today, right?
Right.
And so can you just leaf through that and just verify for me that this document pertains to this particular case?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, thank you, sir. So at this time, the defense would offer Defendant's Exhibit 10. I've previously tendered it to the state for inspection. Would you do so again? No objection.
It's admitted.
Captain Hudson, feel free to refer to Defendant's Exhibit 10 here. If you need it to refresh, it seems like you have a pretty good mastery of the facts from that night. And we'll come back to it. So, as I understand it, that night you were dispatched for, of course, the fire alarm, but did y'all categorize it as a, quote, malicious false alarm? Does that sound familiar?
Our dispatch just sent it out as a fire alarm.
Okay, but in terms of if you wrote an incident report, would it surprise you that it contained the term malicious false alarm as an incident type?
No, I think it does.
Okay, so that sounds accurate.
Right.
For your type of report. Okay, so we've got a malicious false alarm. You're coming from Station 36. Lights and sirens, as you said, you got there pretty quickly. So you're dedicating resources from that fire station now to get to that apartment complex to make sure it's not burning down to the ground, right?
Right.
Okay. And so what triggered y'all to get there would have been probably some kind of either just the fire alarm itself from the company, but maybe even 911 calls as well, right?
Right.
And looking at that IDR, Defense 10, there were 911 calls made that night, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, because it has a description, so there had to have been, yes.
Right, okay. And so at this time, I'd like to now offer again Defendant's Exhibit 3, the thumb drive that was previously offered on Friday by Mr. Nisbet. It has been inspected by the state as well for its authenticity.
Your Honor, may I take the witness on a brief board, Honor?
Yes.
Captain Hudson, have you listened to what's on that USB?
I'm sorry, which one was it?
Defense, what was it?
I can tell you who hasn't.
Okay, so you have not had a chance to listen to what's on there?
I guess not.
Okay. So you don't know what the contents, have you listened to any of the 911 calls
No.
in relation to this case?
No, sir.
We'll agree anyway.
Thank you.
All right, it's admitted.
And may I publish the exhibit, please?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play Defense Exhibit 3. I've got it on the Bluetooth speaker down here, so it should work. This is about a 5-minute call. And out of fairness, it's the first time you're hearing it, but I want to see if this helps provide some context to your response that night.
San Antonio 911, this is Kendry. Do you need police, fire, or EMS? Hello. Hi, San Antonio Police.
Hi, this is Marianne. I'm not sure I don't want to comment on this. I have a woman out here and she's trying a fire alarm and they're saying that she's been in and out of different houses. Okay. The alarm is just going off and going off on here.
Okay. And what's
She
your
got the wire? Oh shit, she got the wire.
200 Ophir song?
Oh yes, I won't go through.
Okay, and what building are y'all in?
I'm in a building number 2. Oh my goodness, there's a woman. So as soon as you come into the apartment, take a right. It's the second building, you see all the people outside.
Okay, what is she wearing?
She's wearing a white mother shirt, white bandana, blue jeans, and she has a big jukebox. She says she owns the whole apartment. The apartments are under by San Antonio houses.
Okay.
She cut the whole wires from the building.
Okay, yeah, we've already let fire department know about that. So she's wearing a white bandana, what color shirt?
Yes.
What color shirt?
A white mother shirt with a blue jeans. She has a white bandana covering her head.
I'm going to go ahead and pause Defense 3 at 1 minute and 9 seconds. You said in the key card you saw a description. We just heard on the call there was a description, right?
Right.
Of a woman in a white bandana and a white muscle shirt.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 12. Tell me if you recognize who's depicted in that photograph there.
Melissa Perez?
Okay. And so that's a fair and accurate depiction of what she looked like that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time defense offers Defense Exhibit 12 tender to the state for inspection. No objection.
It's admitted?
Yeah, publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the person we're talking about here that was identified up on the screen here in Defense 12, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Big shoebox on her, hanging on her arm. She owns the whole farming. Don't you get it? She was so pathetic. Y'all call it wet? What on it? Is it empty? It's empty? They said they saw it with the flooding. It's empty. And it was do you know it? Oh my goodness.
Do you see any weapons on her?
That's what I feel right now.
Okay. Did she see any constitution?
She looks like it.
And what is your name?
My name is Marianne.
Marianne? And your telephone number is the 210-708-6665?
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to speak with the officers when they get out there?
It don't matter. I'll just here. I'm trying to get this noise off. I work at 7 in the morning and it's all cut open.
Yeah, we've got, fire department's aware of that, so we're getting down.
She's good. She's talking to us. She's Mexican, but she's good. Going off on the other neighbors. She's going off on yeah, she is. Yeah, the other gentleman. Ma'am, you're the owner? You want to talk to them when they're coming. They should be next to you. They want to talk to you. When you say you're the owner, you say who owns it? What is it?
All right, we will get officers out there, okay? If anything changes, give us a call back.
What's the building where y'all live at? So I can tell the cops.
Yeah, did you say which apartment she's in?
Well, look at the door. She's cut all the wires. Go look at the wires. Go look at the wires. Oh, I do. There's my building. I want to go to see. What building are you? Number 2 or number 1? She's on 3102. 3102? She lives in apartment 3102, they're saying. But she's saying that she owns the whole building. Oh my God.
Now, did the alarm stop?
No, the alarm's still on.
Okay. So she cut the wire in building 2, correct? Or
This is 10 feet of the wire. Oh, that is that wire. She cut the wire out so she can hold her speaker.
she did what?
Cut the wire to her, a little thing to hold her speaker. It's the very same wire. The wire she had to replace her, that's the wire she took in the nerves of her leg. Where's your apartment at? Right here, this week? She's been thrown several times? Well, I want to be clear, I'm trying to go to work in the morning. Hello?
Yeah, so, yeah, if anything changes, if she gets violent or anything, call us right back, but we've got an officer.
Yeah, she's invited. She's invited. She has flyers in her hands too.
So I just paused it here at 5:02. Did you catch the last comment that the caller, Ms. Delgado, made to the dispatcher about possible violence? And it's okay, it's a 5-minute long call. Let me rewind it just a few seconds. Starting that exhibit at 454.
Right back, but we've got officer.
Yeah, she's getting by. She's getting by. She has pliers in her hands too.
Go ahead and pause it. And so what did the caller tell the dispatcher right there?
That she has pliers in her hands and she's being violent.
Okay, go ahead and finish the exhibit. Thank you.
Not much longer to come through here.
I don't, sorry. Get down there as soon as possible. Is she threatening anybody with the pliers?
Oh, she's talking smack to us here, yeah. She has it on her speaker. We'll be waiting for the police as soon as possible, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Call us back, okay?
So you testified that you arrived at the apartment, and just to very quickly recap, a large number of people outside have evacuated the building because of the alarm, right?
Correct.
This is close to midnight. And so now, having encountered Ms. Perez, she had a dog with her too, didn't she?
Yes.
It was a pit bull, right? Do you remember?
I don't remember being a pit bull.
Okay. Small dog,
Was it
big dog?
smaller?
Small,
Medium, small.
Okay. Sorry for talking over you.
That's right.
That's my fault. I know better. Okay. And so Mr. Escobar asked you specifically about your observations of her possibly being intoxicated. Now, if she were to come back and say a .18 that night, as medical testing would show, would that be consistent with the type of behavior that you saw from her that night?
Like I said, I didn't smell. To be fair, I have a horrible sense of smell. And we were outdoors, but she wasn't slurring. She was balanced, right, on her feet. She wasn't wobbly. Maybe it had something to do with the way she was talking, but other than that, she didn't seem obviously intoxicated to me.
Sure, and that is fair, and I appreciate you being honest about that. And I think the evidence would show she wasn't drinking over the next few hours, but as far as your observations go, it didn't seem to be obvious that she was intoxicated.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state had you talk about her mentioning her past psychiatric issues, right? Did she mention any of her past dealings with drug abuse?
She did.
Did she mention being arrested for drug possession in the past?
I can't remember if she specifically mentioned being arrested, but that she had some drug abuse problems.
Right. Did she mention ever being found with methamphetamine in the past?
I can't remember.
Fair enough. And so turning now to the fire alarm, the vandalism, I think is how you guys, as firefighters, would refer to it. The sprinkler closet. Looking here in Defense Exhibit 12, you see a lit kind of open doorway there. Is that the same sprinkler closet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to go ahead and show you now what have been marked as Defense Exhibit 13 through 19. Let me know if you, just flipping through this, these fairly accurately depict that fire sprinkler closet that y'all looked at that night, don't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So at this time, defense would offer defendants exhibits 13 through 19. I'll tender to state for inspection. No objection.
Right there, admitted?
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
So let's talk about the sprinkler closet. Looking at first at Defense Exhibit 13. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
Just the closed door to the sprinkler room and the alarm panel.
And so these doors on apartment complexes, they're usually exterior facing, right?
Right.
So that fire department or maintenance can get to them anytime they need to.
Right.
And so as the fire department, when you show up, that may be one of the first places you go if this is the type of call you're responding to.
Correct.
But these doors, they're not open to the public, are they?
Not usually.
They're
Sometimes.
Right. But they should be locked.
They should be locked.
Right. And so looking now at defendants 14 here, what are we looking at here in this picture? Close up?
What's that?
Is that a close up of the same door?
Appears to be, yeah.
Okay. And so here, right next to this, where the latch is, the doorknob,
Uh-huh.
those look like pry marks on that door, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. And then looking at Defense Exhibit 15 here, is that the strike plate there? With the
Yes, sir.
same door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's look at Defense Exhibit 16. Could you tell the jury what we're looking at here in this photograph?
Is this the alarm panel? The sprinkler riser? The valves over there?
So this red box in the middle of Defense 16, that's the alarm panel.
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 17, is that depicting the same equipment?
Yes.
All right, before we move on from that, I want to ask you, Captain Hudson, those boxes, they have to be very secure, right?
They're usually locked shut, yes.
Very important equipment in there, right?
Correct.
Not something that anyone should have the opportunity to tamper with, right?
Right.
And so when you say they're locked with a key, I'm guessing?
Yes.
And if they are locked, very difficult to open, right?
Right.
And so, how tall are you, Captain Hudson?
About 6'3".
6'3"? Could you stand up for me? So if you're 6'3", whereabout on your body would that box be situated, height-wise? About chest high, right? And so for you, if you were to go to a locked one of these boxes to try and pry it open, do you think you'd be able to pry it open just with your hands?
I may be able to.
You may be able to, right? How about somebody who's 5'1", who instead of doing this, would be doing this? That'd be much more difficult, right?
Sure, yeah.
Definitely, right? You can take a seat. And furthermore, when you're reaching up like this, overhead height, you don't have that additional leverage of maybe your hips pulling on it like this, right? I've got my hands here, just for the record, about mid-torso height, twisting my body to get that leverage. You wouldn't have that if you're reaching head height to try and open this thing, right?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you can grab it and hang on it. You know
Maybe
what I mean?
so, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. So let's focus in here on the door to Defense 17. If you look at this door here, it's bent, both at the top and the bottom, isn't it?
Yes.
Because the lock here is in the middle.
Right.
And so to get it open, someone, Melissa, must have been pulling at the top and bottom of this door outward like this, right?
I mean, her or somebody in the past, yeah.
Right. And for someone like Melissa Perez to get it open, she'd probably need an implement of some sort to get it open, right?
Possibly, yeah.
So if a 911 caller described her as walking around with pliers, that would be a great way to get this thing open, wouldn't it?
It could be, yeah.
Okay. And inside the box, of course, moving on here, we see a number of red kind of frayed cables here. Is that the ordinary state that they're supposed to be in that box?
No, everything's usually tucked away nice and neat.
And connected, right?
Correct.
Those are severed connections now. That's what triggered the alarm, isn't it?
Yes.
And so looking here at Defense Exhibit 18, that's just a close-up of the same damage, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Defendant's Exhibit 19, on the ground here, we see a number of wire-looking objects here. Those look consistent with what would be inside of that fire alarm panel box.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last series of questions. You have that key card in front of you there. We heard from you about the behavior of Ms. Perez that you saw that night. That behavior didn't necessarily make its way into the key card from you, right?
Not for me, no.
And it wouldn't, because as the firefighter, you're not there to necessarily report on somebody's mental state or possible psychosis.
Right.
Make sure everyone's safe, and that's it.
Correct.
Okay, and so other than what you conveyed to the first officer on scene, we'll call him Officer 1, Rojas, and maybe some of the other officers, 2, Ramos, and the 3rd, Salinas, and other than what you might have told them, the only way that anybody else would know what's going on with Melissa Perez is to look at a document like this to see what notes are in there, right? Fair to say.
Yeah.
If they're not told, then they can find it here, but if it's not in either of those two places, they're not gonna know it, right?
Correct.
And so if neither the key cards nor the officers who first got there told Nathan Villalobos about Melissa's possible mental state, there's no way for him to know, right?
Right.
And if nobody told Eleazar Alejandro any of that, and it's not in the key cards, there's no way for him to know that that was going on with her, right?
Right.
And then lastly, as to Alfred Flores, if nobody told him, none of those officers, and it's not in any of the documents he has to refer to, there's no way for him to know that's what's going on with her, right?
Right.
All right. Your Honor, if I may post the photos to the jury?
Yes.
And with that, I'll pass the witness.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, the rules when invoked, you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you don't mind grabbing those documents, you put them up on the list. You are excused.
All right. I take my own.
Yes, you take your own. All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Jesus Rojas.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may need to adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you, okay? Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Jesus Rojas, J-E-S-U-S, R-O-J-A-S.
May want to pull a little closer to you. There you go. All right, State.
Jesus Rojas.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm on this microphone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Officer Rojas, please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name is Jesus Rojas. San Antonio Police Department. Been worked there for 9 years. I work at South Substation.
Can you move that microphone a little bit closer to you so we can hear you? Thank you. And you are, from the clothing that we see, you are a San Antonio police officer?
Yes.
And
Yeah, so I worked there 9 years, San Antonio Police Department.
And to become a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department, what kind of training do you receive?
We did training up. We went to the academy for about 7-8 months. We learned the penal code, the CCP, and did a lot of other training.
And in the course of this training, and after you've kind of studied the penal code and the laws and procedures of the San Antonio Police Department, are you then assigned to a patrol district?
Yes.
And in your case, where were you assigned?
I was assigned.
Judge, I'm just concerned that the jury, can you quiet the jury can hear him? Because I mean, it's hard, I'm listening, but it's hard to hear him.
Now, remember, members of the jury, I did indicate when I swore you in, if you cannot hear for any reason, let me know. Okay, I'm always going to assume that you can hear unless you tell me otherwise.
I think it works now.
It's working.
Yep. Is this one working?
Yeah, it's working now.
You just didn't have
Okay, where we left off was you were assigned to a patrol district. Where were you initially assigned?
I was assigned to the 61 side. On South Patrol, on dog watch.
Explain to the jury where in the city section 61 is?
It's like between military on the south side, South Park Mall area.
How many different districts are there in the city?
In the city? Oh, there's a bunch of them. But on the south side, every side has a certain amount of districts. So some have 6, some have 8. So there's 3 sides. There's 61 side, 62 side, and 63 side.
And so right out of the academy, you were assigned to that area?
Yes.
And what is an FTO?
It's a field training officer.
And did you have the benefit and perhaps the requirement of driving and responding to calls with an FTO?
Yes, sir.
And how long of a period did you do that?
About 3.5 months.
3.5 months?
Yes.
And what kinds of things did you learn during those 3.5 months?
We did calls, family violence, traffic stops, robberies, all kinds of different.
So when someone calls 911 and they need a kind of an initial responder from the San Antonio Police Department, you were in a position to be that first responder?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a patrol car assigned to you?
Yes.
Is it assigned to a group or is it assigned to a single officer?
It's assigned to a group.
In your progression then, over the years, would you say you've been an officer for 10 years?
A little bit under 9.
A little bit longer than 9?
Under 9. Less than 9.
And did you remain in that same district or did you move around?
Moved it around.
What other districts did you serve in?
I started off initially in the 63 side, and then I ended up going to the 62 side, then the 61 side.
Okay, and all 3 of those districts are on the south side of town?
Yes.
And with each district, is there a single supervising sergeant or multiple sergeants?
Multiple sergeants. They have ones that's assigned to that section, and there's some that are kind of float around to different sections.
Okay, and I want to take you back in your experience as an officer. Go back to June 22nd, 2023. Did you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
What section were you working in then?
I was on the 61 side.
61 side.
Yes, sir.
And what were your hours of work?
From 2200 to 0600.
Military time, 2200 being?
10 o'clock, 10:30. So sorry, 10:30 to 6:30 in the morning.
10:30, 6:30 in the morning. And were you assigned a patrol car?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a partner?
No, sir.
Okay. What changes that allows an officer to work by himself as opposed to with a partner?
Excuse me?
So what kind of development takes place for you to be assigned a car just by yourself rather than with a partner?
The only time you really have a partner that's with you in the vehicle is when you're in the FTO phases.
I'm sorry?
In the FTO phases?
So after that period of supervision, I guess, and training with an FTO, you get your own car?
Yeah, you're pretty much by yourself, on your own.
Right. Now, so on that night, did you recall being called out to the Rosemont Apartments, off 6200 Old Pearsall Road?
Yes, sir.
About what time of day or night was it?
It was maybe a little bit, I would say about midnight. Not sure exactly the time.
And tell the jury kind of how an officer who is assigned to that region is dispatched to a call.
So the dispatcher He's up, sends you the call, and you just go over there to whatever she assigns you to.
And if you're in your car, will you hear it on the radio? Will you hear it from some speaker or communication device you have on your body?
It'll come out on your radio, and then it'll pop up on your actual laptop.
And there's a laptop in your vehicle.
Yes.
And in this instance, what did you get dispatched for? What were you notified of that required your help?
The fire department was out with the female that had cut some wires for the fire alarm.
All right. And how far away were you from that location, if you remember?
I was maybe about 20 minutes away, 15 minutes was a good distance.
And did you set off for that location with lights and sirens on?
No.
Okay, what determines whether or not you use lights and sirens to a call?
It depends on the call. I guess they categorize them, like, you have robbery, those, send you sirens, lights and sirens. This was, I think, I believe it was just like a disturbance.
So you followed the law, speed limits, just headed for that location?
Yes.
Right. Do you remember when you arrived at that location, what you saw kind of around you?
Yeah, the fire department was there. Fire department was there, and I got in contact with one of the firefighters, and he had told me that the female had cut the wires to the fire alarm, set up the fire alarm.
There was a gentleman that just testified that kind of left here before you testified. Did you see him? Were you in the room with him earlier?
Yes.
Okay, is that the fireman that you had contact with at that location that night?
Yes.
And so he was he your first point of contact?
I believe so.
Now, as part of the equipment that you have with you as a San Antonio police officer, were you issued a body camera?
Yes.
And where is the body camera located in relation to the police uniform?
It's usually on the, I place mine on my pocket, my left pocket.
Is it affixed by a clip or a magnet?
Yeah, it's a clip that clips onto my pocket, and then it snaps onto the clip.
And what are the protocols with San Antonio Police Department regarding when you turn it on and when you turn it off?
We turn it on as soon as we get the call. We're headed to the location, we turn on the camera.
Okay. Are there times during a call that you would turn it off, or does it stay open during the entire call?
It stays on during the entire call.
Okay, and then what would prompt you then to turn it off?
Once the calls complete the call, then we could turn it off.
What do you mean, complete the call?
When we figure out what we're gonna do, once you're done with the actual call, whether it be, you take somebody to jail and arrest them afterwards, and once you get in there, you turn it off. Just whenever you're done with the call, you're not in contact with the public anymore.
With respect to every call, does every call end up with an arrest?
No, sir.
Could a call conclude without an arrest?
Yes, sir.
And when you concluded the call, would you then turn off your body-worn camera?
Yes.
With regard to this call, did you activate your body-worn camera after you received that dispatch to go to 6200 Old Pearsall Road?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave that camera on until you completed the call?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How are you able to recognize it?
Initial, my badge number and the date.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at the contents of State's Exhibit 6 and confirm what was on it?
Yes.
And what does it contain?
I'm sorry, David. I think our evidence is in to defense 4 and 5, the defense 4 and 5 is already in, and so we don't have 2 of them. They only need 1 body cam from Officer Rojas. If they don't mind using ours, I mean, it's the same thing.
We'll go ahead and use ours. You can instruct the jury at the end and remind them they don't have to look at it twice.
Okay, so you want to enter yours as well? Okay, that's fine. Good.
Is that true, an accurate copy of your entire body cam?
Yes.
Now, in fact, is there more than 1 body camera on here?
It's multiple. I turned it off once, so there should be 2 different recordings.
We have no objections to it.
All right, are you moving to admit it?
I am moving to admit it.
It's admitted?
May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Try it again? Let me turn it this
Yeah, it's the monitor on.
It's on, but it's not.
I can continue to ask questions while they work through this, if you like.
You're welcome to do that, yes.
All right, you had mentioned when you first arrived at the scene, you made contact with Captain Hudson, the witness that preceded you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that moment in time when you met with Captain Hudson at the San Antonio Fire Department, what did you know about what happened at that location?
He explained to me that.
Well, first of all, before you got anything from him, what did you know?
Just whatever was on the key card, that there's a female that cut the actual wires to the burglar alarm, set off the burglar alarm.
And describe for the jury what a key card is.
What was the key card? So it's our laptop. When they sign a call, it gives you the details of the actual call and some of the comments that the call takers are putting on the key card, on the laptop about the call.
And is that information distributed to all the officers in the district or just the people that were dispatched to the call?
It'll be to the people who are dispatched to the call, but every officer could see it. They all have access to see it on their own computer.
Okay, so you have that information, you have a kind of a description of the purported suspect and what they did.
Yes.
Right. And when you talk to Captain, I guess then Lieutenant Hudson, did he seem to have some additional information to give you?
He said he had a video recording of her confessing to what she did.
And anything else?
Just that she was, he had told her that the FBI was listening to her. That's why she cut the wires.
And did he actually show you where this fire sprinkler cabinet was?
Yes.
And kind of indicate with you where the wires were cut?
Yes.
Okay. Did he present you with any witnesses that saw her cut it?
No. I believe not. He did.
He didn't?
No, he didn't.
But he did say he had recorded her making some admissions to having done it.
Yes.
Right? And from the things that he had told you about some of the things that she said, did some of the things that she said seem to be factually accurate?
Can you explain yourself?
Yeah, it wasn't a very good question, right? With regard with some of the things that she was saying to Captain Hudson, did it seem like they were fantastical thinking? Or
What she was saying that the FBI was tapping on, hearing her, so she was trying to cut the wires to stop that.
Okay, I mean, did you accept that as being true?
No.
Okay. But did it clue you into something else?
Yes, that she was probably suffering from some kind of mental episode.
As part of that training you went through, and the experiences you had over 8 or 9 years in a patrol car responding to 911 calls and emergencies, had you had the kinds of training and preparation to deal with somebody who's having mental illness challenges?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about the kind of the training that you received.
We received training in the academy. After the academy, we still had to receive more training. They actually sent us to a class to where we received training. Yeah, after academy and during the academy.
I mean, is that a point of emphasis in your training?
Yes.
Because does it happen with regularity that you will encounter in a police-citizen contact someone that is exhibiting signs of mental illness or crisis?
Yes.
Does the San Antonio Police Department actually have a specialized unit for dealing with such situations as that?
Yes, sir.
What is that unit called?
The mental health unit.
The mental health unit.
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit about the mental health unit and how officers are trained to involve them during certain incidences.
So the unit, they have certain officers that's how they deal with the mental health consumers. So whenever they have some that are regulars, they'll still send some of them.
Are people from that unit available to officers like yourself 24/7?
Yes.
They are. And in 2023...
Well, back then, they weren't as big as they are now. It was mainly during the daytime hours. Yeah.
So in 2023, they were limited to availability during the daytime hours?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So in this call, which you said was closer to midnight, right? Was there any mental health unit officers or personnel that you could have dispatched for that call?
No.
Sorry?
No, sir.
All right. But you've got an initial, some initial thinking that this might involve someone who has some mental health challenge. Would I agree? Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in speaking to Captain Hudson, did he eventually direct you to a woman that was there on the premises of the apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
And Did you approach that woman?
Yes.
Did she meet the description that you read in the key card?
Yes.
And what was that description?
She was wearing a bandana, bald, wearing a bandana.
And when you approached her, did she run from you?
No.
Tell us about that encounter.
So when I approached her, I asked her what her name was, and she told me her name. Asked her if she was diagnosed with any kind of mental illnesses. She said that she was falsely diagnosed by a false doctor. She said that she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but she wasn't taking any medication.
Was there a reason why you asked those particular questions?
Because, yeah, I mean, a lot of times that's the first thing we ask is what kind of mental diagnosis what kind of mental illnesses they're diagnosed with. And we see if they're on their medications.
Okay, you are not a trained clinician or doctor or psychiatrist or anything of that nature, right?
No, sir.
But you are taught to kind of be aware of the signs so that you know how to handle your call and your protocols, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is an ED, or otherwise known as an emergency detention?
Excuse me?
What is an emergency detention?
Emergency detention is when we have a consumer that's dealing with a mental illness. We take them to hospital, and they're admitted at the hospital as a emergency detention, and they get evaluated by a doctor.
Okay. Now, just because you encounter a person who's experiencing delusions, okay, if you experience in your work as a police officer, does that automatically require that person be involuntarily detained and taken on an emergency detention to a hospital?
No, sir. They have to meet they have to meet a certain criteria. They have to be a danger to himself or to others.
Okay. And do you conduct, and have you been trained to conduct that kind of evaluation?
Yes, sir.
And have you ED'd people in the past?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in your contact with her, in the presence of Captain Hudson, had you formed a conclusion about what you were going to do with her at that point in time?
Yeah, I was just trying to get more information from her, like as far as her diagnosis. Every time I would try to ask her about it, she would get offended.
Okay. Was she physically aggressive to you at any point?
No, sir.
And was she cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
And given what your observations were, what did you do next?
So I was talking to her. I was trying to ask her what she was diagnosed with. The more I would talk to her about that, she would get offended. She would start getting a little bit of, I guess, kind of a little bit more angrier. I was there by myself. My cover hadn't showed up yet, so I asked her to walk to my vehicle.
And did she walk with you to your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
About how far away was it?
Maybe about 10, 15 yards from where we're at.
And did you have any sense that she was a danger to you at that time?
No, sir.
Describe her size from what you could weigh. How large or small was she?
She was maybe about 5 feet, 5 inches, maybe about 140 pounds, 30 pounds.
Did you see any weapon on her?
No, no, sir.
Did you receive any information that she had any weapon on her?
No, sir.
And so you walked to your patrol vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And did she ask you anything?
She was asking me if she was under arrest. I told her she wasn't, that I just wanted to talk to her to walk to my vehicle.
And did she hear you say that?
Yes, yes, sir.
And was she under arrest?
No, at the time, no.
So when you walked your vehicle, did you actually go inside your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And for what purpose?
I was gonna see if, look at her personal history.
What can you discover about someone from your access to your laptop and your MDT?
We could look at previous reports, see what they're arrested for, see what kind of calls that were made involving that person. Also, any criminal history.
If a person had been maybe previously detained, emergency ED'd previously, would you expect to find that on your computer?
Yeah, you could look into that. Yes.
Okay. And why did you feel it was necessary to kind of do that kind of background check on her before you proceeded further?
I was just trying to get more history since she didn't want to give me a lot of talk about it too much. I was trying to get a little bit more history on her.
Did you have a decision to make about, well, I guess what were your options at that point? Could you have arrested her?
Yes, sir.
Could you have detained her?
Yes, sir.
Could you have ED'd her?
Yes.
So were you considering between those options?
Yeah, so I was considering more like an emergency detention just based on the way she was acting.
Okay. The delusional thinking.
Yes, sir.
And what kind of facts would you need or were looking for in your patrol car to confirm or tip the needle as to what action you were going to take with her?
Can you repeat that?
From the facts you were looking to obtain from your computer in your patrol vehicle, what kind of facts were you looking for to help you with that decision about whether or not to arrest her, detain her, or ED her?
Yeah, well, I was just, like I said, I'm leaning more towards as an emergency detention, but I was trying to get more history, see if she's, medications. Sometimes if we look at the past reports, we'll be able to see what she was actually detained, taken to the hospital for emergency detention.
And what risks are involved with you having made a decision immediately to arrest her?
Right away, as soon as I was by myself, I didn't have cover, so I was just trying to keep her calm, just till cover arrived.
And was that working?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're there, you're at your vehicle, you go into your vehicle and look at your MDT. What happens next?
I believe Officer Ramos shows up while I was inside the vehicle, and she takes off running.
And the woman that you talked about take off running, what's her name?
Melissa.
Melissa.
Yeah.
Melissa Ann Perez?
Yes, sir.
Had she voluntarily given you her name?
Yes, sir.
Her date of birth?
Yes, sir.
Where she lived?
Yes, sir.
You knew all that already,
Yes.
right? And there was talk about a dog. Did she have a dog with her?
I can't recall.
All right, fair enough. While you're in your car, she takes off running. At the time that she took off running, had you communicated anything that you knew to Officer Ramos yet?
No, sir.
Either by radio or face-to-face conversation?
No, sir.
Would Officer Ramos know anything about who Melissa Ramos was, what she had done, what admissions she gave? Would he have known any of that at that point?
Just whatever was on the key card.
Whatever's on the key card. And the key card didn't include who she was, right? Didn't have her name yet, right?
No, sir.
Okay. For all he knows, she could have been a witness,
Yes, sir.
right? So she takes off running, and what does Officer Ramos do?
He takes off running behind her.
Right. And how soon in time do you discover that happened?
As soon as I saw them running, I turned, I saw them running, and I got out of the vehicle and went this way.
Okay. How far did y'all run?
Maybe about 20, 30 yards, maybe. Not sure.
20, 30 yards?
Yes, something like that.
When you turned and noticed that Officer Ramos was running, could you even see Melissa anymore?
No, it was too dark.
It was too dark. She was too far gone.
It was just real dark. I mean, she went too far gone, but it was just a little dark. That area was dark.
Okay.
You can see like her shadow.
And when you joined in and you followed Officer Ramos, where did Melissa end up running to?
Into her apartment.
The apartment she had described for you where she lived, right?
Yes, sir.
And the front door, did she close the front door when she went into her apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you or Officer Ramos in your presence attempt to go through that door?
Officer Ramos, I believe he kicked it.
Okay. You say he immediately kicked it?
Yes.
Okay. Describe that kick.
It's more like a, standing, facing it, just kick. Try to kick the door.
You go through a lot of trainings, book training and physical training and driving training at the police department. And I suppose, and you tell me and correct me, is there training on how to enter through a locked door?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of training do they suggest? What kind of methods do they suggest you try?
We actually have tools, RAM, things like that that we use.
Does every patrol car have a RAM for that purpose?
No, sir.
Did you have one?
No, sir.
Okay. Was a RAM ever used that night that you recall?
No, sir.
It was not, right?
No.
Okay. But he's kicking on the door. Does he kick just one time?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Then I just told him to back out. I was gonna make a phone call.
And
Not a phone call. I was gonna go back to my vehicle to try to get more history on her.
okay, kind of what you first attempted to do,
Yes.
right? And so you left the location,
Yes.
right? And where was Officer Ramos when you left her from her front door?
He stayed there at the apartment, just watching the apartment.
Okay, to make sure she didn't escape,
Yes, sir.
right? All right, and are you able to communicate with Officer Ramos while you're at your car and him being at the apartment?
No, sir. I mean, by radio, but I don't believe we did.
But you didn't,
No,
right?
sir.
So you're looking into some matters.
Yes.
Now, the district that you were in at that time, where the apartment complex was that in District 61
No, sir.
or Section 61? Is that the better word?
Yeah, section.
Section 61.
No, sir, it wasn't.
It was in where?
It was in the 63 side.
The 63 section.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you responded to this call, you had come. You were assigned to the 61 section. It was a 63 section call.
Yes, sir.
Right. And why would it have happened that officers from 61 would have been dispatched to a location in 63?
So I think the 63 side was a little busy that day, so they get whoever's closer available to send them over there.
Okay. You were available.
Yes, sir.
Right? And Officer Ramos, was he another officer from your same section, 61?
Yeah, I believe so.
He wasn't somebody that you really knew well?
No, he was on T shift, so that's the shift that comes in from 5 o'clock to the 3 o'clock. So we take calls with them, but we don't take as many calls as with them. They kind of try to keep us with the same people on their shift, pretty much. For the most part, I mean.
Okay, so he was someone from a different shift. Now you've got this instant where it's now evolved from a person who was, from an instant where a person was suspected of cutting wires, causing a fire alarm, and now that it's evolved into a situation where a woman has run into her apartment.
Yes, sir.
Right? And besides kicking on the door, did you try other devices or mechanisms or means to try to get her to come out of her apartment?
We just tried calling her out.
Calling her by her name?
Yes, yes, sir.
Because you knew it,
Yes, sir.
right? And so you're calling her by her name. Anything else?
No, sir. We're just trying to call her, tell her to come outside. We're looking to the window, see where she was at.
Now, the apartment complex itself, the nature of her apartment, were you able to kind of walk the perimeter around the entirety of her apartment?
Yes, sir.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how many bedrooms could you see that it had?
About 3 bedrooms.
All right. And when you were making that walk and looking around the perimeter, did you note whether or not the windows were open or closed, or the lights were on or off?
You can see the lights on some of the rooms. The windows were open.
And you say the windows were open,
Yes, sir.
right? Did the windows have screens on them?
They have screens. Some had curtains, but the curtains, you can see straight through. I mean, the curtains were open.
Okay, but from wherever you stood there around the perimeter of her apartment, were you able to communicate with her and ask her to come out?
Yes, sir.
And would she have been able to hear it given what you observed?
Yes, sir.
And did she respond?
No, she would respond that she wasn't gonna come out.
That she wasn't going to come out?
Yes.
Right? All right, so now your situation's evolved into that. What do you do next?
I went back to my vehicle. Like I said, I was trying to get more information, and that's when Officer Salinas sent me a message to our computer saying that, because it was his district, so he sent me a message saying that he was on the way over there.
All right, and would this be Jonathan Salinas?
Yes, sir.
And what district is he assigned to?
The 6340.
What section?
Oh, the 3 side. The 63 side.
63 side. And that's his area,
Yes, sir.
right? How does it work as far as your protocols with the San Antonio Police Department, where you have patrol officers at a location as to who's in charge? I guess if everyone's on the same rank.
Yeah, usually, I mean, it's if you're assigned to that section, that officer will take the report. So he's the one that's in charge. Most of the time, they kind of like everybody takes their side, their section kind of deal.
So even if you had more experience than Officer Salinas, you would have deferred to him once he...
Okay, I'm back in. Can you talk? Nope, no sound. That's on your end. I have nothing from you. That's on you. Testing. Testing. Okay. So I don't know what's going on. Everybody said they're glitching today. It's not fun. It's frustrating. So we're just going to have to swing it. Add to stage. Thank you very much. Y'all, frustrating. It has been. But while we're waiting for her to come back, and I see that's it. It just. Why? Why are we glitching? Hold on a minute. I'm going to delete these. I can't hear you, June. Hold on. I'm going to delete all the scenes. Give me a minute. I'm going to clear out all of this. Maybe the scenes, delete scene below. Add a new scene, media view, delete scene. I don't care. Delete it. Add here. Add here. Add here. For some reason, I can't. Both of us and all three, it won't work. Give me a second. I'll be back. Now try and talk, Miss June. Nope. I don't know what's wrong. You're not muted on my end in any way, shape, or form. Your volume is 100%. Okay. So we're going to go on. The judge is here. We're going to listen.
Davis was not a capital case. This is a capital case. Although the criminal punishment code would only apply to the non-capital cases, I would already submit to Your Honor that it is distinguishable under those circumstances.
Going to read from head note 8 and 9. Nor was Davis forced to choose between allocution and maintenance of his innocence. He certainly could have allocuted without voicing his disagreement with the verdict, blaming the driver, the police, his lawyer, the trial court for his conviction, and attempting to explain his personal interpretations of the law to the judge. He could have asked for leniency without admitting guilt. He could have provided the judge with reasons to impose a sentence less than the maximum besides his claimed innocence. But he instead chose to make a lengthy statement claiming innocence, denying responsibility, and placing blame for his conviction on the alleged misconduct of others. The trial court was under no obligation to ignore such statements and did not err in considering those statements and imposing the legal sentence here. Do you have anything that distinguishes Davis in any way?
As I said, Your Honor, Davis was not a capital case.
Very well. Any other argument or evidence the defense wishes to present?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Please move forward.
Let's see how she saves it. She won't.
Your Honor, we're aware that in count one, the court has no choice but to sentence Mrs. Adelson to life for the first-degree murder charge. We are going to request a downward departure as to counts 2 and counts 3, the solicitation and the conspiracy counts. For
What are the
this,
grounds?
Downward departure? Sounds like you're changing your flight in an airline. Please. She ain't gonna get no downward departure. This judge is ready to throw the book, the nails, And the hammer at her.
Pardon me?
What are the grounds?
Yes. The grounds are, one is non-statutory, and that's disparity in the treatment between co-defendants. And the second reason is statutory, and it is Florida Statute 921.00262B. The defendant was an accomplice to the offense and was a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct.
Lawyer got her suit on. Should have better.
The evidence in support of sub B would be the trial record, or do you have something more specific?
For 4B, we're going to rely on the trial record with respect to the conduct of Mrs. Adelson, and we would ask the court to take judicial notice. Your Honor did preside over Charlie Adelson's trial, and the evidence regarding the other co-defendants' activities or participation was also brought out in the testimony in the trial of Mrs. Adelson, so we'd rely on that record, Judge.
Ms. Kappelman, as to the argued grounds for statutory mitigation and also non-statutory mitigation, does the state have any argument to make?
No, Your Honor.
You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I'll start with the disparity. Do you need case law citations for this, or you're aware of it, Judge? Okay.
It does.
The first case would be Sanders v. State, 510 Southern 2nd, 296. This is a Florida Supreme Court case from 1987.
One moment. 510 Southern 2nd. What was the other part of the citation?
I have copies, Your Honor.
296, and that's Florida Supreme Court in 1987.
Go ahead.
State versus Fernandez, 927 Southern 2nd, 939, which is a third DCA case from 2006.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Uh-oh. Dum da 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 dum dum.
And then the third case, Judge, is State, I can't pronounce it, but State versus Kunkemoller, 333 Southern 3rd, 335. That's a first DCA case from 2022, but it is distinguishable because it does not address the issue of culpability as the first two cases do, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Who did that? June, did you do that? That's not the timestamp I need, but thank you. Thank you, babe. That's a swoop sound. She's like, yes, I did it. Not that, June. Not that one. That one. JJT, what's your middle name? Let's see if you can unmute and see if you can talk again. Nope. Try and talk now. Don't mute yourself. Unmute. Now try. No. Type your, hey, do you like your middle name? No, you don't, June. June, I'm going to try and get the swoop and the sound all in one video later. And then I'm going to put it on my stream deck so I can just push one button and it goes whoosh, and that's it. June, you don't have a middle name. You just have a first and last. That's unusual. Wow. If you could have a middle name, what name would you pick? I knew she'd have an answer for that. You can give people a middle name. They don't have to know it's not legal. Here it is again. That's me.
Thank you,
I knew
Judge.
that.
I'll start with the disparity argument, if I may, Your Honor. In this case, there have been several co-defendants who have either been tried or entered pleas and received sentences. I want to, for this particular argument, relate exclusively to Luis Rivera. He testified in the trial, and through himself and other witnesses, Your Honor has heard what he did in this case. And what he did in this case compared to what the state has alleged and the jury found that Mrs. Adelson did, the culpability levels are very different. Mr. Rivera was allowed to enter a plea to second-degree murder. And although, as the PSI indicates, he received a sentence of 19 years in the Department of Corrections, that was run concurrent with a sentence he was already serving in a completely unrelated matter in a federal case where he got a 12-year sentence. So the number of years that he will actually serve for his participation in the homicide of Dan Markell is 7 years in the state of Florida Department of Corrections. His conduct, as Your Honor can recall, is that he traveled to Tallahassee sometime in June and scoped out the home of Danny Markell, engaged in some drug activity with Sigfredo Garcia, and then returned to South Florida. A few weeks later, he returned to Tallahassee and again scoped out Danny Markell's house. But he didn't just do that. Prior to arriving in Tallahassee, with himself knowing that he and Sigfredo Garcia were going to kill Danny Markell, he purchased and provided the very firearm that was used to kill Danny. He came to Tallahassee and they sat in wait outside his home. They followed him with Mr. Rivera being the driver, followed him while he took his two little boys to daycare, and he sat and watched as Mr. Markell, hand in hand, took those children inside the daycare. He then followed Mr. Markell all the way to the gym, sitting in wait. What was he waiting for? He knew what he was waiting for. Mr. Markell did not. He had no clue that these men were outside in a car just waiting for him to go to a place where they could shoot and kill him. And they waited until he exercised. They watched him get back into his vehicle, and then, like hunters, traveled and followed all of this time period straight to his home. And there was no hesitation. He knew exactly what they were going to do. Without any hesitation, they pulled right in behind Danny. Danny's car was still running, the garage door was up, and Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and shoots Danny Markell, having done nothing to these men, in the head twice. How Mr. Markell survived, I don't know. But then Luis Rivera is the getaway driver. They flee the scene, they flee Tallahassee, and then Mr. Rivera stops to allow Sigfredo Garcia to dispose of the murder weapon, which has never been found. And then he drives back to South Florida like nothing has happened, purchasing motorcycles and cars, but most importantly, getting paid for the work that he's just done. The payment came from Catherine Mangbanawah, and I'll address her in the next next segment. The point here is, Judge, that over time, reading different things, you've heard a lot of arguments about what Mrs. Adelson's participation allegedly was. But when it comes down to it, and I didn't mention, but Luis Rivera did have an extensive criminal history at the time that he committed this offense. What actually came out at trial with respect to Mrs. Adelson, and I'm saying this, understanding, as you've learned, that Mrs. Adelson still maintains that she is innocent of this conduct. But what the state was able to show through their testimony and evidence was that the role that she played, according to them in the prosecution, was very minimal. The evidence showed that she was very upset when relocation was denied in 2013, not knowing that her daughter had agreed to it, not knowing that until she sat here in trial hearing her daughter's testimony. She wrote some very ugly emails. She said some very ugly things. But in not one of those emails did it ever say that she wished harm upon Danny Markell. And this was in 2013. The evidence that was presented by the state that was over a year later that Danny was killed after relocation had been denied. Although they argued that there was continued hostility on the part of Mrs. Adelson regarding the issue of relocation, with the hundreds of thousands of emails they had, they didn't present evidence that this ongoing dispute was being brought up in any way between the parties. The relocation between them, that issue had stopped. The testimony that was elicited was that Charlie Adelson, the son of Mrs. Adelson, was the one who was close with Mrs. Adelson, and that when she had a problem, the argument from the state was, when she had a problem, Charlie was the problem solver. And the testimony at court that was presented by the state supported that theory, that Charlie was the problem solver. They further elicited evidence, testimony, that without any knowledge of what the phone calls were, Catherine Magbanawala testified that when she was with Charlie Adelson discussing scenarios, which she didn't describe what scenarios she was discussing, that on occasion there would be a phone call between Charlie and his mother. She didn't hear the mother speaking. In fact, he left the room when he talked to, allegedly, the mother, and he came back in. He never relayed to her any information about the phone call. But the state's theory and the evidence that they presented was because Donna Adelson had been so upset about the fact that relocation was denied, and she continued to be upset, according to the testimony, that Charlie Adelson took it upon himself to reach out to someone, which was his girlfriend, and have her get someone that she knew who could commit this murder, make contact with them. According to the testimony in the state, in this case, Charlie Adelson told Catherine Magbanawala, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, it's just as the names were reused, but Mrs. Magbanawala, that she wanted him killed and he would pay for that to happen. Her testimony was she had no idea what the payment was going to be, but she did in fact reach out to the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia, and he agreed to commit the homicide. Mr. Garcia then elicited Luis Rivera to participate with him in the homicide, and I'm not going to go through all the evidence in the case. I want to focus on what Mrs. Adelson allegedly did. Up until the point of the homicide, the only evidence that was presented about Mrs. Adelson's participation were those ugly emails. And there's a distinction, as we discussed during the trial and sometimes even at sidebar, of the evidence being up to the moment that Mr. Markell was killed. Up to that time, the only evidence introduced by the state in this trial for that time period were those ugly emails, and they were ugly. She called him very foul names. She said some ugly language. She clearly was not happy. And whatever conversations may have taken place while Catherine Magbanawala was inside Charlie Adelson's home and Charlie was outside talking to another person. Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence. But if you're looking at this particular cause of this disparity in treatment, the state is asking that Mrs. Adelson be sentenced to obviously life on count 1 as she has to be, followed by 30 years in the Department of Corrections on counts 2 and 3. This is far in excess of the sentence that was received by the man who himself testified to hunting down Danny Markell, providing the gun for him to be murdered with, leaving the scene of the crime, disposing of the murder weapon, and going on with his life in his gang as he always had. In that disparity, Judge, it just doesn't reconcile with the facts here of what they say Mrs. Adelson did. Although there was a theme that she was the mastermind, I would argue to the court that the evidence did not show she was the mastermind in any way. The masterminds that were shown in this trial were Charles Adelson and Catherine Magdanois. It didn't show any activity prior to Mr. Markell being killed where Mrs. Adelson was involved in any way.
Take away what you're arguing as the theme for the moment. The chief difference between Luis Rivera and your client is he entered into a plea, correct?
That's correct. He did enter into a plea, but that, according to the case law, that can be considered.
And he has also cooperated with the state testifying in many trials.
He was a cooperating witness testifying in these trials. Mrs. Adelson not only has maintained her innocence, she was never offered anything from the state.
Please continue.
On the statutory basis that the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and was a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct, some of what I've just argued applies to this one as well, Your Honor. But what I wanted to point out here were the ones that we didn't discuss. So Sigfredo Garcia was found guilty at trial, first-degree murder and conspiracy. His sentence was life on the homicide and an additional 30 years consecutive for the conspiracy count. He is the one who rode in the car. He is the one who obtained Luis Garcia to go with him. He is the one who sat in the seat knowing he was going to exit the car while they hunted down Danny Markell. And he's the one who got out and shot Danny Markell in cold blood. Left like nothing had ever happened. Along the way, made many stops, including getting out to hide the murder weapon, and then went on with his life. The killer is getting the same sentence that the lesser participant, the state is suggesting, get as well. Life in prison on count 1, followed by 30 years for the conspiracy and solicitation. Luis Rivera, I've already told you what his role was. Catherine Magdanois got the information from Charlie Adelson according to the evidence, and at his request obtained someone, Sigfredo Garcia, to do the killing. She is the one who coordinated between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Although she testified that she didn't know Luis Rivera was involved until after it was over, the evidence that the state submitted clearly contradicts that. She was communicating with Luis Rivera before, closely to the homicide, and then shortly thereafter. She's the one that spoke to him. She was sentenced on the first-degree murder to life in prison, and on the solicitation and conspiracy, she was sentenced to an additional 30 years. It was run consecutive. Again, the same sentence that they're asking for on Mrs. Adelson is the sentence that this woman who heard the request for a homicide, found the person to commit the homicide, stayed in communication with both of the individuals who are responsible for killing Danny Markell, followed up with them and provided payment to them, and then took payment back from them for her to keep for herself. She was also paid in this. She participated, knew it was happening. They had proof that she knew it was happening. That was submitted to the court. All of that evidence clearly distinguishable from the conduct that they presented in evidence about what Donna Adelson did. Charlie Adelson, according to the testimony in this trial and his own, Charlie Adelson wanted Danny Markell dead. So on his close or very first date with Catherine Magdanois, he asked
Wendy had a limited immunity from the state that the limited immunity basically was anything she testified to could not be used against her. Hence why, if you look at her testimony, you will see, what the hell just fell? Oh. Sorry, guys. You will see that there's a lot of stuff that was said when a question was asked that she elaborated on, expanded on, that didn't need to be, and there were objections because anything she said on that stand cannot be used against her. Now, if they can glean the evidence from other sources, other means, they can go after her.
So you mean she just tattled on everybody?
No, that was Miss Diane. Try, June.
Yeah.
Nope, can't hear you. I don't know why. Type it and I'll read it. I don't know what mic you're using. I don't know if it's a glitch. I have no idea. We'll figure it out, June. But type it. But the thing is testifying in sworn statements prior to trial, Jen Soto was also given, immunity as long as she doesn't lie.
Derivative
Use
immunity.
against her. Yeah. So as long as she's not lying. But I found it interesting at some of the questions that were asked to her. To me, kind of by the prosecution versus a defense, and how she answered to protect herself. And she's a lawyer. She knows better. She knows how and what to do. I don't want to hear, but that's not my area of law. Bullshit. They cannot use any of her testimony so long as it's not a lie. But they have to be able to prove that she knew she was being dishonest. And that's why perjury is so difficult. But let's just say somebody turns over some documents, and those documents can indict her and convict her, they'll do it. She's not a free bird yet. She's walking on eggshells, very thin ice, and everything in between right now. Because the shoe can drop at any moment and she could be arrested.
Sir, out in public at Halloween, some Halloween function, hey, do you know anybody who could get somebody killed? According to her testimony, she followed through with that. With Charlie Adelson, never with Donna Adelson, never communicated with her in any way about this. She worked then, if that's what happened and that's what's been testified to, she worked with Charlie Adelson from October of 2013 until Danny Markell was brutally killed in July of 2014. That entire period, and there's evidence, she admitted to most of it, to her conduct, and there's evidence that was presented in this trial in Charlie's that that's what happened. They made this plan, and that his stapled money was used to pay the killers in this case some $130,000 in cash that was divided up amongst Sigfredo Garcia. Sorry, my mouth was getting dry. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. It was divided up between Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbanawa, and Luis Rivera. She then stayed in contact with Charlie Adelson. She convinced Charlie Adelson to get paychecks written to her, and she received those paychecks each time from Charlie Adelson. So for what Catherine Magbanawa did and what Charlie Adelson did, the evidence in this case shows it went far beyond what the state's evidence showed that Donna did, up to and including the time that Danny was killed. So again, if you're going to rate the level of culpability in this case and consider Mrs. Adelson's conduct as compared to those, they're asking that she get the same sentence as both of the people who killed, well, one person that did the killing, Sigfredo, a far more extensive sentence than Luis Rivera, who participated in the killing himself and only got 7 years. The same as Catherine Magbanawa, that apparently worked on this according to the evidence for many, many months and stayed involved even after that. Charlie Adelson is the only one who got a higher sentence. His sentence was life on count 1, the homicide, followed by 30 years on count 2 and another 30 years on count 3, so everything being run consecutively.
It ain't got no gas in it.
The evidence that the state has presented is that Charlie Adelson is the one who masterminded this. That's what they've shown. Even though they said Catherine Magbanawa wasn't her trial, if there's somebody who started this, according to the evidence, it's Charlie Adelson, not Donna Adelson. All the work being done was Charlie Adelson. All the money that was paid was Charlie Adelson's money. Mrs. Adelson, according to the state's evidence, did not do any of that. Again, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of emails. Never one in all of those emails that we all had to go through did Mrs. Adelson ever suggest any harm to Danny Markel in any way. I understand the verdict, and she has a right to take an appeal, and that's what she'll do. But the evidence in what was argued is very far different in theory than what was actually presented to this jury. And I'm requesting that Your Honor, in determining a sentence on counts 2 and 3, take into consideration that the amount of activity that everyone engaged in this case was far, far beyond what was alleged against Mrs. Adelson. They just didn't come up with the proof for that. They did prove to a jury that she was involved, but...
Well, no, they got life, but they also got conspiracy. They had other charges. So one of the other charges is only 7 years, if I believe. I'll look it up.
That proof and the actual evidence was very limited to the conduct that they say that she engaged in that resulted in Mr. Markel's death. I do want to remark, if I may, just briefly on the issue of remorse. Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence, and as she has a lawful right to do, will seek an appeal. She may not get another trial. There may or may not be parts of the finding of the jury that is reversed, may not. They can do that on, the appellate court can do that on 1, 2, or 3 counts. There are lots of options that the appellate court has. The reason I say that is this. Mrs. Adelson, maintaining her innocence, could not have shown more remorse for the killing of Danny Markel. And in her...
Okay, here we go. Make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Charlie Adelson, Wendy's brother, Donna's son, convicted of first-degree redrum, conspiracy to commit first-degree redrum, and solicitation of first-degree redrum. Sentenced December 23 to life imprisonment without parole for the redrum, plus 30 years consecutive for each of the conspiracy and solicitation. Catherine Magbanawa, convicted of first-degree redrum, conspiracy to commit redrum, solicitation to commit redrum. Sentenced in 22, life in prison without the possibility of parole, 30 years for the conspiracies and the solicitation. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted of first-degree redrum, conspiracy to commit, life sentence. Luis Rivera pled guilty to second-degree redrum in exchange for cooperation, 19 years. Donna Adelson has got mandatory, but we're waiting on that. Wendy Adelson, nothing. Harvey Adelson, nothing. So where's this woman is getting 7 years for something? I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
Her statement, although some of it I know was bothersome.
She's confused.
In her statement, I hope you heard.
I wouldn't say bothersome to the court.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay.
Only
I misread then. I apologize based on your comments. One of the things she said in her statement, after most of her statement being about the horrible thing that happened to Danny Markel, was that the people who were responsible for it were in prison. That's a pretty big statement considering what the state believes Mrs. Adelson's position is with respect to the others who've been prosecuted, convicted, and are serving sentences in the Florida Department of Corrections. I also want to say this. The defense's position in this case from start to finish has always been, on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, beyond respectful to the victim in this case, Danny Markell. He should not be lost in this case, and I said that in my opening statement. We presented evidence about a wonderful man he was. He did not deserve for this to happen. The Markells gave their statements at the conclusion of the verdict that was issued by the jury, and I listened to every single word. And every single word that they said came out of the terrible grief from the loss of their son and the feelings that they have developed over the course of this 11 years in prosecuting these various people and additional information that has been given to them. Every word they had every right to say. The feelings that they had are exactly what they should have. What happened to Danny Markell, as Donna Adelson has said in her statement, could not have been more horrific. He was treated like an animal, completely unaware that there was any kind of problem, that he would have any kind of physical altercation with anybody. I'm positive the furthest thing from his mind that day was that someone was going to kill him in his garage at his home. He did not deserve what he got. It's been very clear in the prior prosecutions and what was presented in Mrs. Adelson's trial about the conduct of these other individuals. They do deserve to be where they are. They do. Their conduct is unimaginable to me, that human beings would engage in that kind of conduct to bring a man, an innocent man, a well-respected man, an amazing father, to take him away from his mother, his father, his sister, most importantly, his children. That was horrific. I understand why those sentences were imposed. Not for Mr. Rivera, but for the ones that were tried and convicted. In this case, Judge, based on the evidence that was presented, the defense is going to ask on counts 2 and 3 that you sentence Mrs. Adelson to 3 years in the Florida Department of Corrections, counts 2 and 3 to run concurrently. My understanding in the court, the clerk can tell me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Mrs. Adelson has 701 days credit time served. That's what we calculated.
I'll stipulate to 701, Your Honor.
Very well.
Anything more on counts 2 and 3, Judge? First of all, in order for it to assist Mrs. Adelson, she's going to have to be successful on count 1 on appeal. If she is, anything more than that period of time is going to basically be a death sentence for Mrs. Adelson. She is soon to be 76 years old. Her health has gotten worse while incarcerated, as anyone would probably expect. Her husband is 81 years old. Compared, 3 years compared to the man who participated in the killing getting 7 years, I believe is a just and reasonable sentence for Mrs. Adelson. We are also going to ask, Your Honor, after imposing sentence, I know it's nothing but a recommendation, but we would ask if you make a recommendation to the Florida Department of Corrections that Mrs. Adelson be placed as close to Miami as possible, where her husband resides, so that she can have visitation. I understand we don't have any control over Department of Corrections, but we would appreciate that recommendation. And may I have just one moment, please?
Go ahead.
While she's doing that, Judge, I would ask that Ms. Adelson not be housed with Ms. McVanow, or at least have a separation, if you could recommend that. I know Ms. McVanow is currently at Lowell CI.
Yes, Judge, I thank you for that, Ms. Kappelman. I wanted to raise that issue because we did check into that. Judge, I contacted the Florida Department of Corrections. They did indicate that they would be able to keep them separate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that folks who are familiar with and friendly with Mrs. McVanow wouldn't be where Mrs. Adelson would be. So we are concerned about that, about her being placed at that facility. I didn't know it before, but the reception center for the women actually keep inmates there. So that, I know that's a possibility, but again, that's in Ocala, and we're respectfully requesting that she be placed closer to Miami. Thank you.
Going to review the last case the defense has presented for downward departure. Ms. Keppelman, you had something else?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Review the cases for downward departure or in support of downward departure, the defense has argued.
Downward departure? Reduced? How do you sign reduced? Reduced or reduced? It would be a reduction in downward departure. These are words we normally don't get in sign language. Downward departure. Yeah, good. Look it up. Oh, really? Oh, don't do this to me. I have been good about staying away from my Oreos. Oreos are my addiction. I could eat like a half a bag in one sitting.
I could eat the whole thing.
A long sitting, but one sitting. And we lost Miss June again. I'm sorry, Miss June Just Talks. We loved seeing your face. It was grand.
No words for which. Nope. No word. I am interpreting a
Science?
forensics. No, forensics.
That would be
Forensics.
F science.
No it. No it.
I think we did. No.
I looked it up. I looked it up.
If I didn't know, I go forensic science, F science.
Science investigation. Science investigation. Investigation. Science investigation.
Investigative science sounds better. Well, science investigative. Okay. Good to know.
It's a science investigation class. So I'm writing down a lot of words and studying them.
Teach me, my dear. Teach me.
Well, we've been doing blood type, which I had this summer. Margie was sick all weekend.
Harvey is considering his options. He should be considering divorce because what's going to happen?
They will take everything.
What's going to happen is once she's sentenced, there's going to be a lot of things that he can be held responsible for that if he divorces her, he won't be.
Yeah.
It'll be financially more feasible for him to get a divorce from her than it would be to stay married. But knowing the man he is, he'll stay married. It is so weird having this on again. I used to wear, people go, why do you have two watches? Put your hand on it. It vibrates. I wish they could be smaller, but they can't. The vibrations are much more intense with this one than the real thin ones like a Fitbit has that just vibrates when the alarm goes off. This one, I can actually feel the nuances in the vibration. So like for Ada, on the thin Fitbit one, it'd be 3 vibration. This one feels like Gigi. Gigi. It's
Your name is Gigi.
no, but the thing is that there's some words and things that would be the same, but babies cry, fire alarms, fire trucks, knocking at the door, they all feel different. And you actually do start learning how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
So when my son comes in and the door slams, or monkey butt is rattling her cage, it's one type of feel. It's an awareness. It's an environmental awareness.
It's learning the sounds.
Yeah, and I have forgotten a lot of them. So as I talk, I feel the vibration of my voice on my wrist, which takes a while to get used to having on.
I am sure.
But I'm in the process of filling out the application for a new service dog. It's intense. It's a lot of paperwork. I got to wait until the 22nd to get my finances so I can put the $50 application. That's all you pay, $50 application fee. Some people go, oh, that's not a lot. Well, it can be.
If you don't have it.
It is, right? But I got to wait for that. But then, Diane, I'm going to see if I can put you down for a letter of reference.
Okay.
And then I need you to send me your full contact information, address, email. Send it to me again. But
put Margie down too.
Yeah, I can definitely. But yeah,
I got bones. Look, I got bones.
I do too. You've lost weight.
Having reviewed the cases presented by
But it's going to be
concerning the downward departure,
it's going to be 2-year process, most likely.
also as well, the argument that has been presented, the court has reviewed its notes of the trial and will rule on the issue of downward departure at this point.
Nope, not going to get it.
Florida Supreme Court has a 2-part test concerning whether a
Right. I'm going to have to do it. Never going to get it. Never going to never going to get it. Bum, 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 bum. You're guilty, boo.
downward departure should be granted or could be granted by the trial court. The first is whether the trial court can impose a downward departure sentence based on a valid legal ground proven by a preponderance of the evidence. The second step is whether the trial court decides whether it should impose the downward departure based on the totality of the circumstances. As to both the non-statutory grounds that have been argued and the grounds contained within section 921.0026, subsection 2, subsection B, in reviewing the trial court's notes, what has been argued by both the defense and also as well the court's relying on the record itself, court will find that there is a ground for non-statutory downward departure, but it declines to exercise its discretion. As to the statutory ground, I will find that both the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and a relative minor participant in the criminal conduct. We'll find that has not been proven, but in addition to, the court would still decline to exercise its discretion.
In other words, boo, you don't piss me off one too many times, and I choose not to give that to you. It's my discretion, and at my discretion, my answer is, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? That's my answer.
Sentence in this matter, Ms. Adelson, please rise. Level of planning and coordination to bring the murder of Professor Markell to fruition was significant in this case. These were not crimes of chance or opportunity. and these crimes also required you to conspire with your son and others. You certainly can choose to deny your involvement and maintain innocence. The court finds the evidence in this case is clear. You will be sentenced accordingly this afternoon. The jury has found you guilty on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder, and the court previously adjudicated you guilty as to these same charges on September 4th of this year. On count 1 of the indictment for first-degree murder, you are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or release pursuant to sections 782.04 and 775.082 sub 1 sub a Florida statutes. On count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, you are hereby sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections that will run consecutive to count 1. The court will also sentence you to 30 years in the Department of Corrections on count 3. Counts 2 and 3 are to run concurrent with each other, but consecutive to count 1. As to the fees and costs, the clerk can please announce those at this time.
$2,100 as a fine pursuant to section 775.083, $105 as the 5% surcharge required by section 938.04, $20 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.06, crime stop and trust fund, $3 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.01, subsection 1, criminal justice trust fund, $50 pursuant to section 938.03, crimes compensation trust fund, $225 pursuant to section 938.05, local government criminal justice trust fund, $2 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.15, county criminal justice education, $50 as a court cost pursuant to section 775.083, subsection 2, county crime prevention, $65 as a court cost pursuant to section 939.185, county additional court costs.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Meso no so do it.
Pursuant to section 939.185, county additional court costs.
That's on them.
Well,
That's
she's
it.
going to jail. She's going to jail
She's in jail, boom.
for a long, well, not for a long time because she'd die there.
So count 1, she got life without possibility. Count 2 and 3 run consecutive and congruent. Consecutive to count 1, congruent to together on count 2 and 3 of 30 years each. So basically it's life plus 30.
So how long you think she'll live?
Well, because statistics have shown the average American lives 75 to 78 years. In freedom incarceration, it's average of age 55 to 57. Now, being that she's already 76,
Maybe 3 years?
a couple years, she's already aged and declined greatly, considering put on considerable weight, having more health issues, mental cognitiveness. I would basically say a couple years, statistically.
It all depends on how quickly she gives up the will to live.
Well, oh, he'll pay it as long as he's alive, but he's 81. He could wake up dead tomorrow. Literally.
That's a juxtaposition of words. He gonna wake up dead. Oh,
Heaven or hell, I don't know where, but he's going to wake up somewhere else other than Earth. Yeah, I don't see him. I think if he truly loves her, which I think he does, and this affects him in the way that it does a lot of people his age, would affect him. He also too has a shorter lifespan than if they were both out and living happily together. Okay, let's look at the bingo card. I don't know if my card is correct or not correct. We're going to share it anyway.
Oh, I could say
just-
bingo because I ain't got one.
Well, here's the bingo card, y'all. We're going to get back into this case.
He arrived,
Yes, sir.
and is that what happened here?
Yes.
Right. So when he arrived,
Bye-bye.
I was thinking just trying to hear and you know that. On the side. Last time I saw the shoes on the curb, I was gonna thank God I didn't jump it. I was gonna jump for that thing, and I was like, man, not pay attention. I couldn't see, it was dark. I just came running like that, I was gonna jump out, and I think I was gonna jump over. Let me call right. More likely to be when she comes out the road. Yeah, bro. So, that's fun. Good. I'm like, what the hell? That's how I think of. Turn it back. 10 miles bigger. That's what I say to her. But there's no one inside that apartment. Prove it. Show me.
what was the shit said last?
Excuse me?
Did you hear what she said to the officer Ramos?
I didn't hear.
Was there another person in that apartment?
Yes. From what she told me, she had told me previously that there's a friend of hers, a male friend of hers.
I forgot to do something, y'all. Yes, I know. I forgot to do something. Yep, I sure did. I sure did. I forgot to do something. Let me get it up. I forgot to do something. Shoot. Okay, I'll have to get.
Okay, and in all this time that we've been here waiting, have you been concerned for his health or safety?
No, sir.
Did you hear any expressions of threats against that person?
No, sir.
Did you hear any calls from inside the apartment for help?
No, sir.
Do you hear voices in your head, man? Are the voices talking to you? So she got mad. She got mad. She was mad because I was like, just talking about FBI and all that. And I was like, so I asked her, are you diagnosed with any mental illnesses? And she goes, no, I get.
Miss June, are you there? June S., are you looking? Thank you so much for both of your service, both to June and her husband, in honor and celebration of the 250th birthday of the Navy. Y'all are amazing people, and we greatly appreciate having people like you in our lives. May you be blessed. Thank you so much for your service.
I get offended when people ask me that. I go, I'm just asking, do you take medication? No. I go, are you prescribing medication? No. I get offended when people ask me. I'm not crazy. I'm like, yeah, I'm just asking you a couple questions. That's why I said, hey, come over here and come and walk with me.
By the way.
Oh, what? Did that white person get pulled up? Like, right? Oh, yeah. It was like driving like past like the competition. thought it was cool.
Okay, come on, Mr. Lynn, for a moment. Mr. Lynn, before you Mr. Lynn. I'll tell you if this air tap was connected to your phone.
I already diagnosed with any mental illness.
It was following her.
Take any medication for mental illness? Yeah. Are you schizophrenic? Bipolar? You hear voices in your head? I'm losing 3102. Mental illness, man. What's the about talking about? You need medication? You take any? Talk to a psychiatrist, man. What's the officer?
SCP 2176.
What's up? Good day. Hey, bro. We're good.
Okay. We saw your camera just went off, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that due to some action you took?
Yes, I turned it off.
Why did you turn off your camera at that point in time?
At that point, it was the end of the call.
You talked about earlier in your testimony about the requirement to leave the camera on for the entirety of the call,
Yes, sir.
right? By the fact that you turned the camera off, did that indicate something?
Yeah, we're done with the call.
Okay, why were you done with the call at that point?
So neither thought whoever he called told him just to, just told him to leave her in there and write up the report.
Okay, and that means your work was done except for writing up the report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then where would you go?
Just go back in service.
Did you notice what time that was?
We've got bingo.
Okay, can you see your video there? What time's on the screen?
Maybe like 123.
That was my sensei swoop. I just did it. Hope y'all like it. Just saying. Thank you, June.
123 and
So June, here's the sensei swoop in the videos.
And then as you close that call, right, what happened next?
As we're getting ready to leave, video the maintenance man, an apartment complex, shows up.
Right. And did you take that opportunity to further investigate the matter?
Yeah, we started our cameras back up and started talking to him.
And you say we, you and who?
Officer Salinas.
What's the timeline there?
123.
So not to push it, just here. So I guess these people can exist.
And we just paint.
So she's done it before, or is it
No,
before?
we paint because we trying to bring everything alive again. Because we acquired the property on July last year, and they give us a turbo. So,
Yeah, I don't know how much it was for.
thousands. But it's not just because we've been doing the whole property.
So you say like 1,500 or
Way more.
like how much?
Let me see.
For just for this one?
I cannot divide it only on one because it was a whole project, so I don't have one building. If you allow me, what a way to start my vacation. If you allow me, I can try to see the emails about it and see if I can get a cost. I don't have the number right now, but it was like 7,000 for the whole complex.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah.
What's your name, sir? K-E-N-J-I. K-E-N-J-I. Last name, do you know? Date of birth? Sorry? Date of birth? Date of birth, February 3rd, 1977.
And what's a good phone number for you?
Chichen, 803-3244. Now, if it's the person that I think it is, I think she was already on jail because she broke into our office. But on that one, she only got some cheats, things like that. But,
All female?
but she had some history before or something, and they just bring it in. So I don't know if he's a person that I think.
You know her name?
I can't remember the name. But if I have an email, you just tell me it's her.
Yeah, fire department came out here, and I don't know exactly what they did. I don't know if they cut the sound or what.
They cut the battery.
Yeah, the fire department was out here.
Yeah, if you can find the email from how much this thing costs,
Right.
and that will help me out with the report.
Sounds good.
How long do you think it might take you?
Just a couple of seconds. I like. Fire.
Go ahead. Safety show on Sunday, 255 Tango, relocation to B2711. 8711, okay. 0139, 0129.
So you said all the panels, they did last time, 7,000.
Yeah, even around that, because they have to change wiring under the ground.
Just estimated value on this one, what do you say?
I will have to, can I call and then give you a price because I need to call them, bring them and see how much it's gonna.
Yeah, just something you think it was gonna cost, an estimate maybe.
It can change later on when you follow up.
I believe easily I think it's gonna go over between 2,500 to 3,000 easily, because I don't know what the damage, maybe they need to change panels and all that. They're the professionals, not me.
I think 0131, 0131.
I guess it's what's hers.
Copy. Okay, thank you for covering.
Officer Rojas, does the value of 2,500 to 3,000 have any significance?
It makes it a felony amount.
A felony amount of criminal mischief?
Yes, sir.
So if it was under 2,500, it would be a...
Misdemeanor.
Okay. Does the fact that there was an estimate of over $2,500 make her any more dangerous?
No, sir.
Did it increase any more need to arrest her than it did whether it was a misdemeanor amount and felony amount?
No, sir.
5151 has to check on your call. County, of course, is in the city. For a man leaving the street on 5 miles next to the car wash, wearing an orange long sleeve shirt, blue jeans, and boots.
Service 677 110.
Copy 140.
Huh? Yeah. What's up? Go in there and get it? Bro? Who's that? Flores?
Describe to the jury the exchange we just heard.
Jonathan Salinas said that he finished talking to Sergeant Flores and told him to go in there and get her.
And do you know Sergeant Flores?
Yes, sir.
How was Sergeant Flores, what was his position there at the Center Police Department?
He's sergeant, supervisor.
In what area?
South side, so depends on what section you're putting on.
Was he on duty that night?
Yes, sir.
And according to Salinas, is that who he reached out to call for
Yes, sir.
next steps?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify Sergeant Flores in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him and describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
Excuse me?
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
The gray suit toward the back.
Man who's standing up here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Call City? Yeah. right there in their room. Melissa! Melissa!
Remember the time what it was that you discontinued the first call?
I believe it was 123,
123, where are we at now?
137.
137. So when you walk over to her apartment, is she still in the front room? Do you see her?
No.
So is this the first time you kind of ventured away from the front area?
Yes, sir.
And how many officers are at the scene at this point?
3.
Just the same 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's here? Yeah, it's sitting down. Okay. What you said? It's right here. You can see it right here. Melissa, can you open the door for us? You can barely walk. Alright. If you don't open the door, we're gonna keep the door down. See right here. Did you go open the door for us? Melissa, open the door, or we kick it down.
You kick it down, and you're gonna go charges against.
All right. Okay.
You don't have no warrant. You ain't got no jurisdiction.
Okay, I don't know if you heard her say that, but basically, you don't have no warrant, you don't know kicky. You have no warrant, you can't kicky. Meaning, you can't kick in the door if you don't have a warrant. Well, yeah, they can. They have probable cause, and they have you threatening with a deadly weapon. It ain't straight they can kick in that door.
I'll keep an eye on her. Prayer.
Yes.
Open the door, Melissa. Can you kick it?
When you went around the building and encountered her and found out, where was she at?
Excuse me?
Where was she at in the apartment?
In the bedroom?
In the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
What bedroom?
Yes, when she was laying down, she was in the bedroom.
Okay, so she'd gone back to bed?
Yes.
Or to bed the first time, whatever it was?
Yeah.
She was in bed.
Well, she.
God knows with my hearing, but I will say, at one point earlier in another clip, you could hear her say, "You know, Kiki, you don't have warrant." I'm just saying, but there may have been no warrant. You have no jurisdiction. Actually, boo, they do. You have caused potential harm and potential life and death situation for dozens of people. You have threatened. You've done a lot to, yeah, they can go get her.
She was laying on the bed, sitting there.
Huh?
62.1, about account 44557.
You're working on one county.
Hey, kick it down, Melissa. Open the door. She's going through the door. She's going through the door.
Okay, plays devil's advocate. You know, the moment they breach over that railing into the patio, that's her property. On the outside, that's public. So, just curious. trying to break those.
Hey, open the door.
0140, 0140.
Melissa. He's right there by the door, bro. Oh, she put like a chair in the way. She put a chair in there.
They're kicking the door.
You think you could open the yeah.
There you go. I'm over.
Which officer is this?
I'm not sure, sir. I didn't see who it was.
Okay.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. You're gonna get shot.
Okay, she came at him with a hammer. We can't see that now. I don't know if they're going to show that body cam later, but this is when she came at him with a hammer. And for those who are just joining, hi, thank you for joining. I'm Ada K. This is a situation where the police officers are being charged with red rum. We can't see the real word, and excessive force. But at this point, she has now attempted assault on a police officer. This woman is a contractor roofer. She lays shingles all day. She does roofing work. She's strong. She knows how to wield that hammer. And I don't care if she's only 5 foot odd, this woman can cause some serious harm to somebody. And a hammer is considered a deadly weapon, especially in the way that she's using it. You have a warrant.
Do you know who it is now?
Yes, sir.
Who reached into the window?
Officer Salinas.
Officer Salinas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the officer standing behind him is?
Officer Ramos.
Come open the door. Hey.
Something happened right there that your camera didn't catch? Something that you saw?
She threw a candle.
A candle?
Yeah, like a candle, like a praying candle.
Your Honor, I want the record to reflect that the time the witness is stating that a candle was thrown is at 01:41:15. That he's alleging that the candle was thrown before 01:41:15. I want the record to make that real clear.
200 Old Pierce, 200 Old Pierce, 5349.